Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Town of Cedar Lake Utility Board public meeting for July 16, 2024. Would you all please rise to the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Thank you. Meeting's called to order at 6:51 p.m. Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan.
Here.
Julie Rivera. Here. Chuck Becker.
Here.
Greg Parker.
Here.
Mary Joan Dixon. Here. Richard Teal.
Here.
Nick Cupido.
Here.
I'm Sarah Ely. I'm standing in for Jennifer Sandberg. Jeff Bungie.
Present.
David Austin.
Present. Thank you. Number one, new business. Review and approve the public safety buildings meter fees. This item was deferred on May 21st, 2024. Sue, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Hi, good evening, Sue.
Good evening.
Is this something you looked over as well?
Yes, I did, and there was a slight change because, as we know, the public safety buildings are on the east side. We still do have separate taxes, east side versus west side. East side only has a 5/8" meter tap fee, so therefore by default we can use time and material to calculate it, and that's why it was slightly different from what Mr. Kuziak had calculated.
Thank you. The refund that's going back, is that going back into a contingency account, or where does that go to?
That is an excellent question, because technically when you use bond funds to pay something, to get a refund, to go back into the construction fund. Mr. Austin, I'm not 100% certain. I would tend to say it goes back in the construction fund, because that's where it was originally paid from.
That's exactly what needs to happen.
Okay.
The funds will be used thereafter, consistent with what the funds are permitted to be used for in that bond construction fund.
So it goes back into the construction fund?
It has to go back,
Okay.
and then it can be used for designated purposes.
And the reason really why I was asking, it's going to dovetail into discussion we're going to have in town council meeting about this preemption contract for the new fire department, and we had talked about owner contingency and making sure that we had enough money at the end of the project to cover the items that were outstanding. So I wasn't sure if that was going into that account or, like you said, back into the construction fund. So, okay. Any other discussion on this item?
So the police refund will be $19,486, and the fire will be $61,827 and 85 cents. Correct?
Yes.
All right.
What were the numbers again?
I've got for the police $19,486, and for the fire $61,827.85.
That's not the...
That's the numbers I have on
Well, it does show a fire department refund of $65,104 minus the 3-inch meter cost to the town of $3,276.15.
That's not the most recent, I'm sorry, everyone. I had updated the calculations as of 7/1/2024.
Can you give it?
It took into consideration the water tap fee on your sheet is probably a different number, because I only have it as $1,141.76 of the newly calculated, amended calculated amount.
Now, is the police good and the fire's the discrepancy one, or are they both wrong?
They're both a little bit off. The police net refund is $19,344.24. Very close, but not quite. And then the gross refund for the fire department would be $64,962.24, but we are netting the amount of the 3-inch meter that was purchased at the developer's direction by us to provide to them, and we don't typically stock that. And so therefore, it is sitting on our shelves, and that is not equitable to us. So therefore, we offset that. They still had to pay for it. So the net refund due to the fire department is $61,686.09.
909?
09.
Thank you.
$61,686.09.
Yes, sir, Mr. Carnahan.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for bringing that up, Bob, and thanks for the clarification, Sue.
Can I just ask a quick question?
You're sure, Doug?
What's our chance of reselling that down the road?
What's that?
The three-inch meter?
Possible.
Who do we sell it
You
to?
think we can get close to 80% of what we paid for it? You think we can get closer to full value?
It should be still worth full value as long as it's in a reasonable time, but there's no, it's not very often that we need a 3-inch meter, so.
And that's why I asked the question.
It's a possibility. It could sit there for 20 years. It could need it next month. The elementary school has a 3-inch meter. They're very, you know what I mean, a school is basically, which I don't foresee another school being built in the immediate future, but if we get some type of big industrial.
Would it like car wash or something like that, or?
It's hard to say. I mean, you know what I mean, it's hard, super hard to say.
Would it be the kind of thing that we could?
That's why we made the contractor pay for it. We're keeping it on the shelf. If we do sell it, that's, you know, we'll have it sitting there, and it is what it is. But the chances of it are, you know, it's not like a normal deal that we would keep in stock. So that's why they told us that's what they needed. It was ordered for them. Basically, they bought it, and, you know, if we need it in the future, then.
But nevertheless, we're saving money regardless, because of the money going back into the construction fund?
Well, the developer's probably saving the money, right?
Well, I mean, I understand that we still got that cost for the meter, but overall,
Yeah.
we're getting a refund of 19,000 and then 61,000.
Yeah, and they're paying for the meter, the 3-inch.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still paying for that meter because.
Yeah.
We order those meters on as soon as the developer contractor comes and pays their cost for that meter, then that is when they're ordered, because they're specialty items. So we wait until they give us the money for it, and then we pull the trigger to order it. So that way we're not stuck holding something that we don't need or don't want.
All right, very good. If there's not any other discussion, would somebody like to make a motion on this item?
I'll make the motion to approve the public safety building meter fees for police in the amount of $19,344.24. And
Are we skipping the minutes?
There's no minutes on this
Oh.
agenda, Bob, yeah.
Oh, I got an old one then.
You got an old one?
I got a new one here. All right.
The agenda that was published does or does not have minutes?
Okay.
I do not have them.
All right, I'll cross that off. That's
Okay.
an old agenda. I see a different one on my front of me here.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
And then for the fire, in the net amount of $61,686.09.
And did you get the other one at,
I should not need the gross, right, Sue?
no, the, police?
I did police first, Bob.
Okay, I didn't hear that,
Is your
because I
motion
was
complete,
worried
Bob?
about the minutes.
Yes, it is.
I'll second
his
motion.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion made by Mr. Teal, seconded by Mr. Parker, to approve the public safety building meter fees with a refund for the police police station being $19,344.24, and the fire station, $61,686.09. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera? Yes. Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Nick Cupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Number 2, future water capacity needs planning discussion. We've been discussing internally and committee and such about what we're going to do, and I think this ought to be changed to current water capacity needs planning discussion. So I'd like to get that changed on the agenda because we have shortfalls in this community currently, and I think that this needs to be, people need to know that we have work ahead of us just to maintain service for the current residents.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking at possible well sites, water tower sites.
I spoke with Don Oliphant. He's been emailing back and forth. He sent me some information that him and Ryan Kuiper have been discussing some stuff. So yeah, there is potential well sites. They were looking into obtaining some of the fracture trace analysis data if they can get their hands on it. But yes, nevertheless, they're looking at potential sites and stuff like that.
Yep.
And
Yes, sir.
I'm getting comments from residents on the east and west water system that they have low water pressure. Even the resident in Crystal Oak says that they've got low water pressure over there.
We've been having those complaints over and over and over again, so.
Yeah.
Ryan in the water department did change the settings on some of the sensors. I don't know if everybody got that email or not, or if it was just a few. But typically every Monday, it goes down well below. So they're looking into it.
Yeah. Where are we at on the, I don't know, Tim, maybe you can answer this, but we had met up about coming up with a plan in regards to that, the sprinkler ordinance or irrigation ordinance. Where are we at with the HOAs? Because I know the ordinance was pretty clear as far as dates in relation to addresses, but what did we determine on the HOAs?
I mean, all of the Schilling subdivision HOAs, or the ones that are still in Schilling's control, adjusted all of their stuff off of the 3-4 a.m., which seemed to make a difference, but for some reason on Monday mornings, it's still, I mean, like 4 Mondays in a row, we got down to 38 pounds, which is crazy.
Yeah.
It's almost like a water main break, which it seemed better initially, but I don't know. I mean, I've never got to the Beacon Point Central HOA people. I reached out to a couple of the emails and never got a response back. But they were supposed to go out there Monday morning and try to find out what's going on, to try to get a feel for.
It's a head scratcher, and I talked with Don too. He goes, I don't know what it is with Monday morning.
It's kind of crazy.
So in the department head meeting, I advised them that I'm gonna come out on a Monday morning before 3 a.m. and I'm gonna drive around and see if I can see where, if it's issues with sprinkling, if it's that's causing the water pressure to plummet as fast as it does, so.
It's got to be that.
Because it's Monday that's catching the most issues,
It makes
so.
no sense.
Yeah.
And then if we can figure out where it's happening, if it's residents that are doing it or HOAs, then we know an angle of attack to correct that issue.
Much rain as we had this year, sprinkling should be less necessary.
I agree. Other than new property that new sod, which has got to have so much per day, I agree with you. Fed a lot. 1 inch.
And I'm thinking that it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to require that all these new sprinkler systems have the rain delay mode. I mean, every sprinkler controller has a little wire you plug into it. If it's raining, it doesn't go off. I mean, it's a simple.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's on every one. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, but yet I've seen
Yet nobody
sprinklers going in the rain.
Oh yeah, nobody puts them on, but it's
All the
a
time.
simple. You know what I mean? It's a simple function that would. I see them constantly. The last few times it rains, you go down through Beacon Point and those where those houses are, and it's raining and the sprinklers are on during the day or the evening or whatever.
What would we have to do to make that happen?
Just make it a you know, if you have a sprinkler system, we would just have to create a
Ordinance.
rule or an ordinance that says that you have to have that you would have to have that rain sensor on to kind of conserve. I think the bigger issue, or the bigger thing is just getting everybody to get their time spread out. I mean, obviously, you know, the water quantity is an issue, another well or some type of storage, of ground storage or something, but spreading them out throughout the day is huge. You know, it just makes it's all the difference in the world if we can get that to be spread out through the day instead of everybody at 3 a.m. So, like I said, a lot of them, Schilling's got all theirs done that Monday, first Monday, this thing called, he went out and reset all of theirs to go off, 9, 3, 2, to spread them out during the day. So, we need to try and figure out where they're all at on Monday mornings.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you all. We'll move on to written report, fund report, clerk treasurer. Sarah, did Jennifer give you anything?
She had sent out any updated reports on Friday before she left.
Okay, we got them. Thank you, ma'am. Consultants and staff reports. Engineer, Neese. Good evening, Neil.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had the West Side Sanitary Sewer Interceptor Project 1. We are working with the contractor to complete the punch list items. Those are progressing, and we're working with the neighbors and the residents immediately adjacent to the project to make sure we address those issues as well. Project 2, design completed with Dave's office. We've acquired all easements, and then once direction's made, we can prepare that IDEM permit for submission for the construction permit. West Side Project 3, the concept has been prepared. We have item 3A and 3B, and later this week on Thursday, we're going to be meeting with the SRF in a teleconference to discuss potential funding sources for that Project 3A and 3B.
And didn't, somebody told me they saw in the paper that United States Congressman Frank Mervan has a project for us.
For sewer, yes.
Yeah.
He's working on it.
Yeah.
You stole the words from me, Neil, about the meeting. That was
I
great.
apologize.
That's what Camille with the grant.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So we're moving forward. But we won't give you the direction until we get that call.
No, and that makes all the sense in the world. And knowing the SRF, Indiana Finance Authority, more than likely they're going to require a DER preliminary engineering report, and a lot of that work is architectural and archaeological, which that could take up to 6 to 8 months. We did that with the more recent projects on the east side, and it does become expensive to try and get free money, if you will. But that is a requirement. You got to do a PER, and you got to look at all those environmental, archaeological, and architectural issues.
Okay.
And there is a deadline on the grant as well, at the beginning of April, and that's why we need to have that meeting sooner than later with her.
Yeah, we need direction from them of what we need to do and make sure it's consistent with the direction of the council.
Okay.
And they told me that amount of money was $1.5 million
Okay.
from
For
the congressman.
Oh,
Yeah, well, this
okay.
is different with Camille. This is
Yeah.
with the SRF.
There's two potential funding sources. Mr. Mervan's is one, and Congressman Grant's one of them.
And I believe that application, Jeff, that one Kirsten did get sent out, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe that.
April 28th, I think was the date.
I think it was processed in time, and I think we did get an acknowledgement that that they had gotten the paperwork or gotten the application.
That was Mervan's office one that was
Yeah.
sent out on the 28th.
And I didn't see the newspaper article, but I had a resident tell me that they saw it in the paper.
But those funds wouldn't be anything available until at least March,
Yeah.
if we were awarded it.
And for the Project 3, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's what.
Theirs
it's
was
for.
Project 3, that's correct, but now this one with Camille, that could be for both, 3A and B.
Yeah.
The more money that we can get from other sources, the less we have to
Put on our
tax the
residents.
taxpayers or the ratepayers as well. That's good stuff.
Neil, did you have anything for a water update for us, sir?
Nothing new since last meeting. The fence at the water tower is 75% complete. We're waiting on the gate and the decorative security fence, and speaking with the contractor and Tim, that's going to be done in the next week. The tower is substantially complete regardless of that, and working with Sue and staff to complete the IFA SRF requirements to close that project out upon completion.
All right. Any other questions for Neil?
Mhm.
All right, thank you for the
Thank
report,
you.
Neil. Director of Operations, Mr. Kubiak.
I don't really have anything. We're hoping to have in the rest of the controls for Robin's Nest here towards the end of the month, so we should have something solid here shortly that's gonna be here, and get that scheduled to get installed and get that tower up and going, so,
Awesome.
should be happening. We're almost to that point. We haven't got a confirmation of a delivery date or anything as of yet, but it should be coming shortly, so that'd be a good thing to get done, so.
Okay.
Last night we had a lot of power outages and things like that, a lot of trees blown down, but, all the lift stations other than one maintained power and kept going, so that was kind of cool considering how many things were not functioning. They were all working, which was.
Except for Parish.
Except for Parish, but that's a low use station, so they only have to be pumped out and it's on again, so it's all good, so.
Excellent.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Town Attorney, Attorney Austin?
No report.
No report? All right, thank you. Number 5, update discussion. I think, Tim, I'm gonna go back to you on this one. Moore Street water line extension. You got some update on that for
Yeah, the
us?
water line extension, we're having a pre-construction meeting on Thursday, so, according to Gatlin, they were planning on starting like August 13th or 17th, somewhere in that vicinity.
I was told the 12th.
Yeah, so I've heard a few different days with a few different things, but somewhere in that range, so, things are looking good for that, so that'll be great.
Yeah, been a long time
Their
coming.
response letters, they got the permit en route, they got the okay to get them started, so,
So you actually have it in hand?
should be good.
You got a permit? Yeah.
We got the go-ahead to get going, so.
We gotta wait 30 days, and once those 30 days, then Gatlin can start. That'd be August 12th from what I was told
There
today.
you go.
Okay, it's close enough?
Close enough. We got the green light, so that's the important part. So
Okay.
We're good.
All right.
So that will be happening. We got the, rest of the tree stumps getting ground out here in the next week or so. Get that stuff cleaned up and ready, so hopefully, everything should be smooth. With any luck.
Thanks for helping us move along, Tim. Number 6, JMOB report. Ms. Dixon or Mr. Teal?
Yes, Mr. President, we just have one thing. Mary Joan and I, as JMOB members, did issue letters that were sent out today to both Lowell Council President and also you, as far as the process that has to take place to get our answers that we have not been, we've been asking for too long without any communication. So I guess we'll stay tuned.
Yeah.
See what happens with this. I don't know if there's anything else we need to discuss with this, Dave, or?
Nothing except, Nick, you have a responsibility under that contract to contact and or connect with Lowell,
Okay.
to
All right.
the council president and the council vice presidents.
I'm sorry?
Council presidents and vice presidents,
Okay. All involved in this?
they are.
Okay.
Passing the torch.
Yeah, it's under the impasse section of the agreement.
Correct.
Okay.
And do we have a date of a future meeting?
We're gonna find out. I'm sure we'll hear something now. Yes, there will be one, and it should be really soon. So,
Okay.
There's a 5-day deadline.
there is.
For this impasse?
For convening, not agreeing, or disagreeing, but for convening.
Okay. And it starts today?
Does.
Yeah.
Well, once receipt by Lowell, I would assume, since it was sent out today.
You gotta believe Pony Express will get it there by tomorrow.
Okay.
Thursday, Saturday, maybe.
All right.
That's all we got on that.
All right, thank you both.
Question, is Sue gonna be here for our town council meeting also?
Nodding yes,
Nodding.
Bob.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, but it's on the town council level.
All right, Bob, we'll get there soon. Any public comment for utility board? Just please come on up. You know the drill, Bob. State your name and address for the record.
Bob Grosek, 14055 Theodore, Beacon Point. We were talking about the water usage on the west side of the railroad track. The HOA does take care of that. On our side of the tracks, which are on the east side, each individual has their own key for the rack thing. So I don't water my grass for days because, first of all, it's costing me a lot of money when I want to do it. And if we just had 2.5 inches of rain, I don't need to do it for 4 days. We're on the other side because the HOA is paying for the water. You don't really care.
So,
So is it the HOA's fault, or is it the homeowner's fault? And that's what you have to try and decide.
Right, and this is one of the good things that have come from us stopping allowing to do a irrigation system and a home on one water service. So McFarland decided to put the irrigation systems on each individual homeowner versus paying for those separate water taps for the HOA. So that's what this has created, and now is that these folks have the control of their own water in the neighborhood. So everybody's got their own sprinkler system. If they want to turn it on or off, it's their dime and their decision.
Right, and we want it to all be nice too, don't get me wrong, it's not like somebody's not doing it, because you can complain to the HOA and they can say something. But maybe that's an option rather than having to have somebody spend more money to install a gauge like that, just another option.
Sure.
For future, that's all.
yeah.
Nick, are you going to talk
Thank you,
about,
sir.
the ditch there and what Don's doing, or?
Well, that, we have to discuss, or we have to consider the extension of the letter of credit tonight in town council.
Right,
I was gonna bring that,
talk about
and
that.
if you're gonna stick around, Bob, for that,
Yeah,
I
I'm
got
gonna bring
it.
that up on the agenda, for the public,
Yeah.
it's an agenda item.
Yeah, yep,
Okay,
yes, sir.
thanks.
Okay,
Thank you.
I didn't know if you were gonna do that here or there.
I'll wait till council, just because it was advertised for council, and it's an agenda item.
All right.
If you're okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment for the utility board? Last call? All right, Sarah, you don't have anybody online, do you?
Nope.
Okay. Next meeting is Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 at 6:30 PM. This meeting is adjourned at 7:19 PM. Town council meeting will follow in a couple minutes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Town of Cedar Lake Town Council public meeting for July 16th, 2024. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an opening prayer.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, I'm Arlen Walters, I'm pastor of the Lighthouse Church in Cedar Lake. I'll be leading us in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much that we can come together tonight and begin with inviting your presence on this meeting. Thank you for every person who has made the decision to give of their time and life to run for and help govern this town and look out for its best interests. We're thankful for them and their service, for every person in our community who comes to these meetings to seek the welfare of our community. Thank you for them and their involvement. We want to, Lord, take a moment to ask you to be with the family of our local resident who tragically passed away last night, Laura Nagel. Lord, as we lift her up and her family in prayer, her husband Matt and her children Sage and Andrea, Lord, as they are just shocked and reeling from what took place in that storm. Be with them and comfort them and all of her family, extended relatives. Bring your peace and do what only you can do. I pray for them right now, and for all of us who are affected by it or concerned to see something happen so close to home, and just to bring us peace and perspective through this time, I pray. We also want to lift up our nation to you, those who are leading it, those who are seeking to lead it. It's been an intense few days here in our own country, and we thank you for keeping our presidential candidate, Trump, safe from harm in the assassination attempt this week, and for the sake of his family that he was okay, but also for our nation that we don't go through the turmoil of what that would have produced had it been more tragic. We want to lift up those who did get injured or killed that day. Corey Combertor, Lord, who of course was killed, and his family, as he was protecting them, watch over him and his loved ones as they grieve and move forward through his heroic loss. And be with the others, those who were injured, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, Lord, as they recover from their injuries, both physically and emotionally. And we ask, Lord, that you would please just guide our better angels as a nation, that we would be passionate for the things we care about, but also do so in a healthy way. We ask for wisdom to direct us in the things that we do and the decisions that are made, both as a nation and as a town, for love to guide our tone and our rhetoric, for courage to step up and help and serve, and Lord, for unity around what we hold in common while we still address our differences and our goals. So we ask that you bless our nation and bless our community as this meeting gets underway. Show us the path forward. Bless and honor those who are gathering, the tasks that they're working on, that they would be accomplished in a way that would secure our future prosperity locally and abroad. We look to you and your example of grace and truth, the things that you hold as important, and yet the love you have for each person, though we differ with each other and with you. Your grace and your truth may be a light to us. So watch over this meeting, we pray, and this evening in our community. We're so thankful for the chance to seek your face and to serve in this life that you've given us. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Pastor, I want to thank you for that prayer. You covered a lot of things in that. This country needs to do more now than ever.
Amen.
I appreciate it.
This meeting is called to order at 7:33 PM. Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Here.
Julie Rivera? Here. Chuck Becker?
Here.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Here.
Richard Field?
Here.
Greg Parker?
Here.
Nick Recupedo?
Here.
I'm Sarah Ely, I'm standing in for Jennifer Sandberg. Jeff Bungie? David Austin.
Thank you. First item of business is presentation. Mr. Tim Brown. This is a community development block grant. Good evening, Tim.
Good evening, everybody. I didn't really know I was actually expected to do a presentation, but for those of you that know me know I have a very good gift for gab, and I can tell a yarn better than most. So I'll try to keep it short. We do this every 3 years. The community block grant program for this county consists of 4 major agencies. Mine, which is the Lake County Community Economic Development Department, which covers 16 cities and towns, and then you have Gary, Hammond, and East Chicago. Those 3 cities are what they call entitlement cities. They received money ever since HUD was in existence. We didn't become in existence as a department until 1984. And in order to do that, we had to have all the cities and towns of the county agree that we'll do these 3-year agreements. And that's what the process starts. We do a 5-year, what we call a 5-year consolidated action plan. Each year of that 5 years is an annual action plan. And every 2 years, Cedar Lake gets a portion of the community block grant money that we get. So this just happens to be the 3-year renewal time. We'll be doing this again in another 3 years. So you have the option to opt out. That's always something you could do. So far, nobody has done that. And then what we ask for is to get the agreement signed, resolution passed, and the agreement signed, so that we can present those agreements in August to the county commissioners. They approve them all. They sign them, and then we ship everything to HUD.
Are Lake County the only one that has where they get the money designated to them as
No.
There's other counties?
There's only 2 counties in the state of Indiana that we call urban counties. There's Lake County and then there's Hamilton County. That's it. Everybody else is the larger cities and towns like Indianapolis, Evansville, Fort Wayne, South Bend, you name it. They are their own county, much like us, and they cover everything, but they're not an urban county. There's only 2.
And the other 90 have to bid on projects?
Well, actually, that's not necessarily how it works either, in a sense. If the larger cities have a department similar to ours that we have in the county, they can be considered entitlement cities. But to give you an example on Porter County. Porter County doesn't have any agency like ours. So that they would compete if they wanted to get community block grant funds through HUD, they'd have to submit an application, and then they would be with every other application in the nation if you're going to get funding on an individual basis. It's one of the reasons why we consolidated to create the department, because it was too difficult to go through that process, because every community had to have a staff, had all the paperwork, do all the stuff that had to be done in order to keep that funding, and it's not fun. Sometimes that stuff can be pretty monotonous. But
we have an advantage.
Yeah, well, kind of. The only downside is that you only get funding every 2 years now. It used to be years ago you got funding every year.
Yeah, I remember.
But as they keep cutting back on community block grant funds, they cut it back so bad a number of years ago that what you were getting per year, you couldn't do anything with it because it wasn't enough money. You were getting like $30,000 a year. And you really can't do much for $30,000 unless you all you want to do is tear down structures. And you can get a few of those done for that kind of money. But you can't really do storm drainage and sidewalks and streets and curbs and gutters and all that kind of stuff with $30,000 a year. It's not worth the effort to go do the bid.
We did 126th road project, and it took us 2 years to do it because we didn't have enough funds.
That can happen. So what we decided to do is to get you more funds, is to get you funded every 2 years. So we have 8 communities this year, and then we have 8 communities the following year. That's how we split it up. And it works out to be about $691,000 a year. It gets divided up between the 8 communities. Any questions?
What's the match on these usually?
None. If you want to add money to it, add money to it.
Free
That's
money.
free. Okay, but you don't have to.
Okay, no, never mind. Okay.
Seems like Santa Claus. He's
Yeah, there's no match from the local, but there's a lot of entities that do a match. Like when we did the handicap bathrooms here that was paid for out of CDBG funds, but we didn't have enough. You guys kicked in some cash for that. That was a pretty big project.
Every little bit helps, though.
Oh, yeah, every little bit helps, that's very true.
Pile it on.
Yeah.
Our project was the, over in Lynn's Way, the ADA, sidewalk ramps that was completed this spring. That was Tim's, and that was CDBG money.
Yeah, you're not due for another allotment of funding until '25. And our fiscal year is kind of weird. We start September 1. So we're in 2024 fiscal year with HUD that hasn't even been approved yet, and it won't be approved until September, and then we backtrack that to 9/1 of every year, and then it goes to end of August every year. So when you say 25, it's not January 1 of '25 because our fiscal year is September. So you don't get those funds until much later. It's tough to do budgeting when you're doing general fund stuff on a calendar year and HUD stuff on a completely different schedule. Yeah, it's tricky.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Brown? Well, appreciate you attending tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
I'll open the floor up for public comment on agenda items only.
Are we going to deal with this later,
Which one's that, Bob?
doing the community block grant? We got to do the resolution and stuff, Tim?
Well, yeah, but you can do that on your normal schedule. That's
Okay.
fine.
We don't have it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, thank you. Mr. Grosek, please step up.
Bob Grosek, 14055 Dearborn Street. I know on the agenda, I saw this evening, ladies and gentlemen, that you're voting again for the extension on Beacon Point 1. This seems to be an ongoing thing. In April of this year, an extension was requested to get the project done. We had in front of us at the time the homeowners, the town, and Schilling, this proposal. They asked for 3 months so they can get it done. Everybody said, yes, here's your 3 months. Now we've come to find out they've changed the plan because of cost. I don't know what updates you have. It gets kind of frustrating a little bit, but, I don't know. I'll just ask you guys, what you want, and ladies,
Well,
what you wanted.
Well, Bob, I've been involved with,
Sure, absolutely.
not this project from the beginning, but ever since I met you and some of your neighbors,
Right.
and we went on site there. And you're right, there was a plan. It was vetted by you and your neighbors that were affected by the plan, and then here we are. They want to change the plan. So since last week, I was on the phone with Don Oliphant, with Christopher Burr, and because he's the one dealing directly with the Schilling Group on this.
Okay.
And so it's like, and I talked with them before this meeting today, so it's like we're back at square one, which is not acceptable. And how long do you guys have to live there to see this stuff? And, when is enough? And honestly, I don't even think it's a priority right now. It's a priority for you guys, it's a priority for us, but it doesn't seem to be a priority for the people that need to correct it, which bothers me a lot.
Yeah.
So as far as an update, I got a slew of emails today over the last 48 hours between Don and the representative for Schilling. There's disagreements on what should be done, Don's he's advocating hard for you guys in the town.
Thank you.
And then naturally, the developer wants to scale stuff back a little bit, and cost has a lot to do with it. But I told Don that we had full confidence that he would do it, he would push to get done what needed to be done over there.
Because if it was done right the first time, we wouldn't be here.
Yep. Yeah. And according to Don, it wasn't done right. That was the words right out of his mouth today, this evening when I spoke with him.
Okay, at least, you know what's going, I mean, we're being patient.
Yeah, I'm just being honest with you.
And I appreciate that, 110%.
The plan, I would be honest with you, from what, I haven't seen the plans, but I've seen the discussion, and the plans are gonna differ from what you guys agreed on, which you may not be happy with, honestly, if the developer gets what they want. But we promised that we would have you guys involved in these discussions, or not this discussion, but once the plan is presented, it would be presented to you guys there.
And I talked to Don and asked him about this today, and he indicated to me that they want to take the dam out, and it's only 2 feet deep, and they want to make it 3 feet deep, and put a bubbler in there, and it'll be, go all the whole length of the ditch.
Yeah. Which, and when I spoke with him about this, I said, well, that doesn't seem like it would help too much if you're not having water coming in to refresh that water. It's all leveled out now, so you're just gonna have the same old stagnant water, and that's why Don's pushing for aeration in the ditch there.
The bubblers.
Or bubblers, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to get that water moving.
Right, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
I'm not happy with this at all, Bob.
Because, when are they gonna get these approval? How long does this take? Is it gonna be 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and then they're gonna ask for another extension in October? And then what happens? It's winter time, we can't do.
You went through that last year, didn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why we were so excited that
Yeah.
we got this, and they were gonna get it done, and then we thought, oh yeah, it was the rain, and they're not doing it because of the rain, and that wasn't it. All of a sudden, now it's the money.
Yeah.
And you're holding back.
And I asked Don if there's enough money in there to cover the cost for us to do it, and he assured me it was.
Enough said there.
The problem that I have, Maureen, is, if it was approved and engineered a certain way, it should have been built the way that it was approved. And if that did not happen, we need to make sure that it is corrected according to the way the subdivision was approved and engineered.
And when I met with all of you out there for that meeting, Jack Slager said that it was McFarland's responsibility, but they were gonna go ahead and do it.
Yeah, he was trying to push it off on the HOA at that time.
Which would be you, right, eventually? Which would be you eventually?
Well, I don't know.
You and your neighbors?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Dave, what are we holding on that, a performance bond?
It's in our packet here.
I didn't know what kind of pressure you could put on Sherman. I don't know. And I'm not saying you gotta twist his arm and do things, but,
Maybe we just need to have somebody correct it the way that it was engineered and
okay.
pull the bond to get it done.
Pull the bond first, and then pay for it. We have the expiration date.
Not, well, if they approve it,
October
then it would be,
30th.
The current.
July,
Probably July 30th?
July 3rd, or July 30th.
Obviously, that's not the way that I want to do things, but I don't like this renegotiating at the end of a project.
It should be out of 2,
We want to be reasonable.
You don't have a meeting between now and July 30th.
So do we
So
need,
you have an extension to October 30th, or you have a pull the plug right now. One of the two.
you want to consider that tonight?
Pulling it? Absolutely. I've been thinking about this the whole time. I'm tired of dealing with not for myself, but for what you guys go through.
But what we can't do, Dave, I think you agree with this, is we can't stop other projects to make them do this, correct?
No, if you've got enough money in this performance bond, you've got the surety that is contemplated by ordinance and law.
Well, our decision remains to be seen. But it'll be.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
And I
you.
commend the first responders for everything they have.
You know what, you're right, Bob. A lot of times, we lose sight of what the first responders have to deal with to keep and protect this community. And, what you guys did last night was, heroic, and, we appreciate everything that you guys do. It doesn't get said enough.
Yeah. And on it goes to October 30th of 2024, and it's in the amount of $341,736.80.
But that's approved tonight.
Yeah.
It goes to October.
Right, and I asked Don if that would still cover everything, and he assured me it would.
I'll let you guys handle that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
so is what we're talking about 60 days for the contractor to do the job they're supposed to do, whatever that is for Don Oliphant? Or we're pulling the plug and having to do all that, maybe not within that time period either.
Like, give them a time limit, if it's not done, we're gonna pull it?
I'm not suggesting leniency for sure, nor a time period, but 60 days is.
It'd be about 90, I believe, if it's October 30th, right, from today?
About 90, but.
Yeah. I just don't want to go through the winter again, and we're dealing with it in the spring, and the feet dragging needs to stop. We need it corrected the way that it was approved.
Of course, it's your call.
Yeah.
So make sure we know between 60 and 90 days is what we're talking about. At least on the funds, not on the fix.
Understood, no, I get it.
Don't know about the fix, Don has to tell you about that.
Okay.
All right, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Bob. Any other public comment on agenda items only? Any other public comment? Last call for agenda items only. Sarah, do you have anybody in mind?
No.
Okay. Public comment on agenda items is now closed. Consent agenda, claims. All town funds, $1,160,270.21. Wastewater operating, $12,627.21. Water utility, $71,300.61. Stormwater, $159,448.58. And payroll, 7/3/2024, $380,053.34. And June remittances, $176,881.09. 2 donations, and everyone bear with me, we've had a lot of generosity lately, it seems. Canine donations to include the following: Kelly Kripe, Focus Nutrition, $660. Northern Indiana Operators Joint Labor Management PAC, $500. FOE Lady Auxiliary, 2529, in the amount of $500. Lori Stollarts, $25. Fraternal Order of Eagles, $500. Nice Engineering, $200. Zeese and Sons Excavating, $250. Cal Homes Incorporated, Luke Cotton, $50. Larry and Margot Nagy, $100. Bungie and Co., Lakeshore True Value, $50. Westland Development DBA, Cedar Lake True Value, $50. Reeves Fence Services Incorporated, $150. Old Top Homes LLC, $200. Big Jim's Concrete, $400. Sheehy Well and Pump Company, $50. Sterling Machine Company, $100. Cheryl Parker, $50. Craig and Loretta Williams, $225. Tech Credit Union, $250. Lawrence Property Group, $250. Pinecrest, $250. Yancey's House of Carpet, $200. Stan's Body Shop and Towing, $300. MTI Service Center of Northwest Indiana, $100. Diamond Peak Homes, $1,500. Dawn Vaness, $25. Ray and Wally's Towing, $500. Cedar Lake DQ Grill and Chill, $200. Blue Warrior Tactics Incorporated, $150. Robert Carnahan, $100. Police Department equipment donations to include the following: Schilling Brothers Lumber, $400. Alan and Gina Pazul, $1,000. Jeff Bianchi, $1,000. In-kind donation to Police Department, $2,300. Dum Dum Lollipops for the 4th of July Parade. Fire Department equipment donations to include the following: Alan and Gina Pazul, $1,000. Jeff and Liza Bianchi, $1,000. We thank everybody for those donations. Amazing. Number 3, manual journal entries from June 1st to June 30th, 2024. Any discussion on the consent agenda?
I would just like, in the reports from Jennifer, I noticed that we received $4,725 into the tourist grant fund. We had $201.25, so we currently have $4,926.25 in the tourist funds.
And we've already obligated some of that money?
Yeah, we've obligated it, but we didn't have it till this month. And then I have one question, and I guess this maybe goes to Tim, I'm not sure. T&M Tire Service for $574.25 for a P16 repair. Was that street department, or?
Yes.
Who is that company?
That is, T&M Tire in St. John.
Is there a reason why we're using them?
They just are mobile truck repair and tire guys, so they come out and do stuff at the shop, so.
Nobody in town does that?
Not mobile.
No, okay, all right. No other questions?
All right, thank you, Bob.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made by Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Becker to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupero?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Ordinances and resolutions. Number 1, ordinance number 1492 S33, supplement to the town code. Mr. Parker, would you mind reading by title only? I'm
Town of
sorry.
City or Lake County, Indiana, ordinance number 1492, an ordinance adopting and enacting supplement to the code of ordinance of Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana.
Thank you, sir. Attorney Austin, we have to have any, illegals in order. I know some of these,
This is not an advertised item.
Not an
This
advertised.
is an ordinance that you would consider the normal course. It's a codification update.
Okay.
That codification update is to make the code of ordinances of the town complete to date.
And I always ask this question, these are ordinances and resolutions that we have created, and they've taken and interpreted them, and...
No, they don't interpret anything, Bob.
But it's not verbatim for what's in that ordinance from what I've seen in the past.
You will note from your ordinances that most of them you review contain recitals or covenants that explain what you're doing or what your ordinance enactment is about, and then what the enactment actually is, rules and regulations, what you do.
And
They're cutting out all of the stuff that is not needed.
And a question I asked, does somebody review these things?
Jennifer said she did.
Jennifer did?
If you'll remember from the last time we discussed this.
All right, I just want that to be part of the record.
So that's my recollection about what she said. She can ratify that for herself.
and this will be a 2-reading ordinance?
It is a 2-reading ordinance.
Okay. All right. We had the first reading and explanation. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance number 1492?
I'll make that motion. Go ahead.
Okay. You want to second it?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance number 1492 by Mr. Parker, seconded by Ms. Dixon. Any discussion?
Yes, if this passes unanimously, are we going to try and do a second reading, or are we going to let it go another?
I would prefer to do a second reading on it. It's something we have to do every so often.
Statutorily, you're required to codify your ordinances, and this is just in the normal course. You, of course, may elect to not in one reading, but that's what it is.
Okay.
So if I vote no, that means it will go to a second reading.
That's correct, Bob.
Right, okay.
thank you. If there's no further discussion, can I get a roll call, please?
Robert Carnahan?
No.
Julie Rivera? Yes. Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes. Motion carries 6-1. This item will be on the next town council agenda for consideration of adoption. Number 2, resolution number 1356, transfer resolution. Mr. Parker, please.
Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, resolution number 1356. A resolution authorizing appropriation transfers by the clerk treasurer for the following funds during budget year 2024.
Thank you, sir. Sarah, did you have anything from Jennifer? I spoke with her briefly about it, but did you have anything, notes from her?
The only note that she said is that all of everything that would be transferred is all funded, and she does recommend approval.
Okay. I think she was just looking at grouping several of these requests into one resolution.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. Any discussions or questions on this resolution?
Tim, the motion of $3,500, we're taking that out of the emotion fund and putting it into capital outlay?
Yep.
And you have no problem with the emotion?
No, we filled the total patcher tank for the season, and that was what we had left, so we don't need it.
All right, and I know we had problems with the old stuff that was in there, and you had to get rid of that.
Correct.
Because it wasn't holding up properly when you used it.
Correct, we do have it replaced, and it's the new, and it's working well, and we had to buy the minimum amount, which was quite a lot. I don't remember the total gallons, but it was more than we had hoped to get, but we're going to do our best to use it up, so.
Okay.
I know where you can use it.
For sure, everybody's got an idea.
Yes.
All right.
A lot of places to use it. If the trees stop blowing down, we'll be in better shape.
Any other questions or discussion? If not, do you have a motion to approve, or, I'm sorry, resolution number 1356? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Becker to approve resolution number 1356. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera? Yes. Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 3, resolution number 1357, 3-year CDBG cooperation agreement. Mr. Parker, please.
Lake County Community Economic Development Department. To mayors, clerk treasurers, town council presidents, and the city and town council members.
That's the next.
That's what I got.
Is that what you got? Hit it.
You don't want me to read that?
You can if you want.
Okay. We'll just do the resolution.
Yeah, it was snuck down there.
Resolution number 1357, a resolution authorizing the city, town of Cedar Lake, Indiana to enter into an agreement with the county of Lake County, Indiana, undertaking community development activities.
All right, thank you, sir. So this kind of dovetailed on what Mr. Brown was speaking of earlier?
This ratifies what he presented.
Okay. Very good. Any questions or discussions on the matter?
Tim, is there something that needs to be read?
You could just adopt it like you do every other resolution by title and you're done. No.
God
It's
bless
not
you.
like normal funding, you gotta do the section 3 and affirmative action. You don't do that for all this.
Okay.
All right, very good.
I have a request in the future, instead of using these acronyms, if we can spell it out so it helps the audience understand what it is.
Yeah. Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Could you pass that on, please? Ms. Dixon's request?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're talking about community development block grant?
Correct.
Yeah,
I'd
okay.
like it written out so people understand what we're talking about.
Okay.
Very good.
So what did you want, Mary Jo?
I just don't like the acronyms, I like to
Okay.
be spelled out so
All right,
people
I
understand what
agree
we're
with
talking
you.
about.
Sure.
He's got it on.
I'll just retire for 3 years.
It's not you, it's our end.
It's on the
I'm not
agenda.
criticizing you, it's our end. I'm not telling you how to do your
Oh,
job.
you're talking about on your agenda, not the
Correct.
resolution?
Yeah.
Oh, that's your issue,
All right, do we have a motion to approve resolution number 1357?
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Ramirez, seconded by Mr. Teal.
It's better, folks.
All right, who made the motion?
Julie did, and Rich seconded it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 1357. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Moving on to BZA plan, accept the performance letter of credit extension to July 25th, 2025 in the amount of $359,608.00 for Beacon Point East Unit 4.
Unit 4 is where? Just so we...
The one that we're considering pulling is a 341.
No, that's one.
That's one.
Yeah.
That's not 4.
Unit 1.
Yeah, that's.
The next one,
Yeah, that's what I wanted to verify.
yeah.
Because Beacon Point East Unit 4 and Beacon Point East Unit 1.
I believe Unit 4 is from the halfway road.
That's what I thought,
north.
but I wanted to make sure.
Pretty soon.
Yeah. All right. Did you have any issues with that one, Greg?
I don't think so, I think that one's okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion to accept the performance letter of credit for Beacon Point East, or the extension for Beacon Point East Unit 4?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
No, second.
Motion made by Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Teal, to accept the performance letter of credit extension to July 25th, 2025 in the amount of $359,608.00 for Beacon Point East Unit 4. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 2, accept the performance letter of credit extension to October 30th, 2024 in the amount of $341,736.80 for Beacon Point East Unit 1. It's obviously something we just discussed with Mr. Grosek in public comment. What's the board feeling like? I made my opinions known, it's like there's no urgency here.
My thoughts are, and I'm just gonna take a few minutes or a couple times to hash this out. We wanted it contingent on a timeline that they did it by such and such.
By October 30th.
You can do that, I think keeping in mind the balance of if we deny this, what do we do? To have a lot of money that we have to go out and contract for and construct the improvement according to our engineer's recommendation based upon the approval for this plat parcel.
Well, that's what I'm trying to decide is whether to make a motion to just pull it and do it, or make a motion to give them a period of time to get it done.
That's exactly the decision piece here.
Maybe go September 30th.
I got a problem with the extension, to be honest.
You have a motion in mind?
Not necessarily. I don't agree with extending it, my thought.
So,
I'm just with the understanding of being there actually that day that Bob was speaking about, and knowing that it came to an agreement on what was gonna be done, and then it was clearly stated that nothing was gonna get done in the fall, it was gonna happen in the spring, and then here we are, and nothing was done. That's what I got the problem with extending, because then where are we gonna be at again?
I don't have to make a motion, you got one in mind, fire it off.
I think Jim had something to add.
go ahead, Tim.
I just like what Dave's just said, I mean, I'd like to reiterate that when we do pull the bond, that puts it on us to get it done, so.
Well, at least we know it gets done then.
I mean, I know, but I mean, if they're close to having an engineering plan, I mean, they attempted to build it to the plan and it didn't work, so they're re-engineering a fix, obviously. I know that you're saying they didn't construct it I think they constructed it the way it was supposed to be, but it needs a fix, which they came up with, and now they're changing that plan before they do it. But if we give them till, you know, even shorten the time, but at least.
60 instead of 90, what are you thinking, Greg?
We're gonna be back out for an extension
I think
again.
to put a time frame on them and shorten the time is great to get it done with what you guys are saying, but at least try that before putting it on.
Typically, Tim, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Typically, I want to be
Right.
reasonable and come up with some
No, I
sort
get
of
it.
solution. But I'm not the only one that makes decisions here.
No, I know, I'm just giving a.
I agree with Tim though too, on the fact that now we'd have to contract everything out, but I got a question for Dave now. Can this kind of align with what we've done in the past where, somebody was here for a vacation and we said this was the last one? If we were to do a 60-day, can we say this is the last extension?
Absolutely. And that's probably better than pulling from the insured perspective. Because folks will expect, you'll want to construct and get this done. And it will take resources, it'll take time, it'll take staff, it'll take public works, it'll take contracting. When you step, as Tim indicated, you step into the shoes. And for whatever amount of time it is that we're talking, 30 days, is that logical or not?
Could we make this, whatever the bond is right now, not give them the line of credit?
What bond?
Do they have a bond? They're asking,
Performance letter of
It's
credit.
just an extension.
We don't get bonds,
Extension.
oh, okay.
only letters of
So,
credit.
so that's what the current amount is.
Well,
That's what the speculation of the amount that it would cost.
there's also,
There's other things probably in that still too,
yeah,
right?
probably, but there's also the rights of the contractor here. That may not be a popular commentary to you, but they relied upon a decision and recommendation by the Plan Commission that for where they were at the point in time when they stood in front of the Plan Commission, they had $341,736 of responsibility, and they had X amount of time to fulfill that responsibility.
I'd like to know if this is a better plan than the other plan. But if it's not a better plan, I would like some way to have a motion where we make them do the original plan if that's a better plan.
You don't have the jurisdiction to do that.
What our town engineer is requiring or requesting them to do needs to be in the motion. I mean, that.
And that's where I feel that I would be more comfortable with a 60-day than 90, knowing the fact that Don's schedule and reviewing and conversations back and forth with the Schilling Group as well.
So could it be repaired to Don, to the town engineer's specifications by before 60 days, or then we blow it?
Yeah.
Or extend it for 60
30th, and that
days
gives
for
us time,
resolution.
2 months before winter to get it done.
Well, that's another thing I don't want to do, Tim. I don't want to run out of construction
Right,
season
so
this
if you
year.
do September 30th, that's.
And then we'll be doing it in the spring.
Right.
We can go September 30th.
Okay, so do the September 3rd.
Are you working on one?
I believe I am.
Okay.
So you're contemplating shortening the time.
Yes, by 30 days, because right now, the way I'm doing the math on it, it's approximately 90.
That have some problems to it from the developer's perspective.
But it'll also show some urgency, won't it?
Well,
That's our decision to make.
it is a hard decision. I'm not trying to splash water on it. I just want to make sure we all understand there are a lot of rights and responsibilities here. And that contractor, I bet if he stands in front of our Plan Commission tomorrow night, we'll say, yeah, we're planning on doing this, we're planning on doing it in time period identified, and you gave us that time period to plan and do so. Now you're taking 30 days away from us.
Dave, they plan to do, they planned to do this last year, so I have a hard time swallowing that pill because they had a plan.
What last
Or they had a plan last year, and they planned to do it,
Plan.
and they planned to do it this year, and now here we are. So
I
I'm,
get it.
you know,
I think the hangup for everybody is Don told them what he wanted to see, and they started talking about the cost of it. At the end of the day, that doesn't do anything for the residents over there, and if we're just talking about money and never getting a result, we're just wasting time. They need to spend the money, get it done, do what Don wants them to do, make it work, and let's move on.
I'm good, I got it.
Sooner rather than later.
were you, Rich, were you gonna have about Don's, recommendations being followed?
I did not write that down.
Is that what you suggested, Greg, right?
Yeah, I think it should be the Don specifications, whatever those are, and I haven't drilled down on them, but I
Well,
trust his judgment.
they're good. I looked at him. He's going to bat for the residents, for sure.
That's what we're after.
You also want to let your plan commission know they need to adhere to this also.
Yeah, I'll try to muddle through that with them tomorrow night and give them an update of what,
That'll be a big deal. The
Yeah.
plan commission has exclusive jurisdiction over plans. You have authority to approve and accept letters of credit. That's why it's here.
we don't want to pull on their letter of credit. We just want them to fix it.
And
I
that
take it
is
seriously.
one of the reasons why it's here tonight, because of the timing of the two meetings. So that, just to make that clear, if the planning commission meeting would have preceded our meeting tonight, this could be a moot point. This could be handled at their level and.
It's not ours.
Mr. Teal, did you have a motion?
Yes, I'll try to muddle through this. I'd like to make the motion to accept the performance letter of credit to September 30th, 2024, in the amount of $341,736.80 for Beacon Point East, Unit 1, with the approval of Don Oliphant on the repair being acceptable, and with this being the understanding that this will be the last extension that we will grant.
Do you have to specify what the repair is?
That, I believe, is what, with Don's approval of the repair.
The repair.
Is that what you were thinking, Craig?
Sounds to me like it gives Don yep. You okay with that motion?
Yeah, it's okay.
Is it enforceable?
Sure.
Is there anything else that it needs to make it more enforceable? Okay.
Not here, plan commission.
Does that need to be in the motion? Or it's just the fact that it's just, they are made aware?
You need to make them aware.
That's it.
I'll second your motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Teal, seconded by Mr. Parker, to accept the performance letter of credit extension to September 30th, 2024, in the amount of $341,736.80 for Beacon Point East Unit 1, with the understanding that this is the final extension of this letter of credit, and also that the improvements and repairs there must follow Don Oliphant's recommendations.
And this is the last,
The last one, last extension. Did I miss anything, Rich?
I believe you got it.
Okay. Any discussion? I just want to clarify, and I saw Mr. Grosek raise his hand. Don is clear that you guys that live over there will see these plans before they're signed off on, okay? Put that again in the record. All right, thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
yes.
Julie Rivera?
No.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
No, motion carries 5-2. Old business, award a contract for the fire department emergency vehicle preemption project bid. This item has been deferred on June 4th, June 18th, and July 4th, 2024. Jeff, you and I talked about this.
We did.
I guess since the last meeting, I think we kind of deferred it because we were kind of in limbo with the IDEM permit for the Moore Street water line extension, and we weren't sure what kind of delay costs were going to be involved with that. So now that Tim's given us the great news that we are ready to rock and roll, I need to get Mr. Snedeker involved in this conversation, if you wouldn't mind. You there, Lance?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, good evening.
How confident are we we're getting an item permit, I guess? Give me a percentage, 90, 95, 100? 100% we're getting?
Let me say 99.
Okay.
So,
I've heard that, I've learned that there's.
It's all, I mean, they've been satisfied with all the stuff that they've gotten, and I mean, we're good.
Go ahead, Rick.
I feel pretty good with 100, but.
Jeff, I see this email that we did receive from Lance, where it said 2 things worth mentioning. Is this the time where we should probably mention that?
I suppose so.
Would you like me to do that, or?
Sure, go right ahead, or like I said, we have Lance on he's participating, by Zoom.
Okay, this email, basically, Lance said that the 2 things worth mentioning, doing it this way, the town would oversee or manage the installation, eliminating additional management costs by Core and the developer. Item 2, I believe per Don Oliphant's comments to me, the quotes are generally good for 60 days. As the preemptor was deferred several times, the 60 days may have lapsed. I expect that Hawk would still honor their quote upon request. I just wanted to add that.
Yes. I did reach out to Hawk today, and asked them, you know, what their policy typically is as far as running a little bit overtime with accepting bids and proposals. And unfortunately, I talked to the receptionist, and there was nobody at the time. She thought somebody would get back to me this afternoon, but by the time of close of business, 5 o'clock, I hadn't heard anything from them. But as Don stated in the email, you know, typically, I hate to say typically for everybody, but most companies or corporations that deal with the public sector probably realize that, you know, 60-day deadline date is unattainable sometimes.
So that letter was from Lance, correct? Or was that from Don?
The email was from Lance.
Okay.
To Jeff, and myself and Mary Joan, and I don't know who else.
Okay. So Lance, thank you first off for attending tonight. Obviously, we had concerns that we were going to eat up some of that owner contingency or all of it, that it would be possible. And when you had mentioned last time or the time before you were here, there was like a $5,100 per month, basically a fee for project delay. And then there was also a number floated like north of 60,000, might have been 61 or 65 or 66,000 if there was a delay on the water line. So based off of what, you know, the information we got from Mr. Kubiak tonight about this permit being granted, what do those numbers look like?
So those, they still remain. You got 66,000, right? I believe it's about $66,000 if we get that water main done by the end of September. So if the project delay goes beyond a month and starts creeping into 2 months, then it's going to be $5,100 per month of downtime, in addition to the $66,000 that the aforementioned $66,000. That 66 includes 1 month of downtime, $5,100. So that's kind of what that $66,000 number and I'm going to call it package looks like. It's just kind of a basket of business that water main delay lost. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, and can you just confirm that date? It was September, was it the end of September?
End of September, correct.
So last day of September?
Yes, that's correct.
And the water line has to be installed and operational by then?
Ideally, yes. Ideally, the water line is installed, chlorinated, tested, flushed, and then the taps are done under pressure and that's the only way really for there are no leaks. There are other options, but, you know, we don't encourage those necessarily.
Okay.
If we were under a strained time constraints, then maybe we would want to look at those, but, those aren't really, something I would recommend doing.
All right. I just have one question for Tim while we're on this. What are the odds we get the water line done by September 30th if they start moving between the 12th, 13th, 17th of August?
Failure has already been an option, so there's no wrong answer.
Yeah.
No, I think it's probably, they said they were gonna get the boring crew out right away and get under the
Road.
ravine. I think it's gonna be close. I would, if I was in your guys' chairs, I would figure that extra $5,000 for October to be safe. He said $5,100 for an extra month, so I would.
Well, it was 66,000 was my understanding, right off the.
Right, but then it said for
That gets you to
an extra
September.
month would be another $5,100.
Yeah.
So, I would figure in that $5,100 for October for a fail-safe, hope to be done by September 30th, but, I don't know if it's a per-day deal or a whole month, but,
If it
to
goes
me,
into the
it'd
month,
be
you
smart
pay
to
the
give
whole
us
month.
till the end of October to stay for sure it would be done, for that extra $5,100. That would be my,
I think they said they would prorate it, right? If it
right,
was
if
just
it
a
wasn't a
week
full
into
month, it
October.
would be.
Well,
Lance, you go 10 days into the month, you're still paying for the whole month, I think you said last time you were here, right?
No, that's
No?
not what I said. I think that they're gonna be pretty fair about the way they charge on that. If we go 10 days in, they're not necessarily billing us for a full month. And we can work with them to kind of negotiate that, to make sure that's fair, but, there's no reason that I can see for them to charge for a month.
Might only be $5,099.
Yeah, exactly. It depends on how many days how long is this delay actually?
Chief Wilkening?
Yeah, Lance, does that include, building system, fire suppression system testing as well, that timeline?
So it does, it includes actually the plumbing and the fire suppression, pulling all of the components, valves, shovels, everything, and then reassembling that.
So that would increase the timeline then?
That is included in the $66,000.
Okay. Just want to make sure it wasn't another month.
Okay.
We got put in this situation.
All right.
Then we get to move on to figure out how to staff it.
You get to figure that out.
So, does.
I got great ideas.
Does anybody feel
Oh, thanks,
any more
Marty.
comfortable about this?
You're right,
Yeah, I think,
Well,
like Tim said, fail safe. We go into October, if we don't use it, that's great, but just to have it, at this point, why cheap out on it when it's this far in?
Yeah.
We need that oversight.
Were we still considering having the construction fund pay for it? That's kind of why it's gotten delayed this far, deferred, because we saw there was some owner contingency that could pay for it.
And that's what I thought there was as well.
Yeah. The only concern I had was just, overages, or I guess shortfalls in the funding.
Either way, we roll the dice.
Right, that's kind of what, and I hate to roll the dice, but.
I don't think it is.
Sue's popped her hand up if you.
Sue?
Yeah, what we haven't brought into the conversation, and Jennifer and I are working on it, and Lance, you might want to chime in on this, is the one thing that we have not brought up is the interest earned on the construction fund to date.
Okay.
We have already, you engaged pros to do the arbitrage calculations because we've had a very good interest rate that exceeded the rate that we had to pay for interest on the debt. There is understanding is that the interest earned is totally at our discretion.
You got a figure on that, Sue? An actual figure, a real figure?
Yes, I do. It just hasn't gone through final review. This is the net number because understand, Greg, Mr. Parker, sorry, we went ahead.
Greg's fine. That's what my mom calls me.
There we go.
What we did is we've already moved the necessary rebate funds. That's the amount of penalty money we have to pay the federal government because we went over the internal rate of return on the bond. So basically, this is the net number I'll give you.
Okay.
And this is inclusive of the May interest earned. So it's from the very beginning that we issued the debt to the end of May of 2024. We have $232,248.96 of interest earned on the 2022A construction funds, and we have $443,758.81 on the 2022B construction funds. A is your police, B is your fire.
I should ask you for numbers more often.
Okay. Well, there is such a delay in us getting the statements, and the trustee doesn't book, like May's interest didn't get booked until June the 1st, and we didn't get the statement until last Thursday.
Sue, could you repeat that on the fire, what that was, 400 and what thousand?
$443,758.81.
Thank you.
And understand, there is a total between the two in the rebate fund of $126,031.29. But that is an actual calculation that we will have to submit at the 5-year mark to the federal government.
I'm good with approving this.
With the construction fund paying for it?
Yes.
Okay. You got a buffer, I guess, huh?
There's an additional $101,000 that is also available that I had mentioned to, I think, Jeff, way back when he came on board, trying to fill him in. But there were some bond issuance costs that weren't due, and those are also available if needed. However, both numbers do respond to the interest earned, which I did not know the values until today, and the $101,000. I just kind of stacked tight because I'm really trying to bring in this project with numbers that we were. It's great to know that we have those available. Hoping that makes people rest a little easier, but it has been continued to be my goal for this project and without having to touch those dollars.
Alright. Sounds like a plan. Alright. Any other discussion on this item? So I think it's the feeling of this board that the construction bond pays for it. And we have two bids. Midwestern Electric, it seems like Hawk Enterprises being quite a bit lower would be the one that seems like the board would consider.
You good with both of those, Tim? Either one of those contracts? We have had no issues in the past with either of them, right?
No, but Hawk was 23 grand cheaper, I believe. So.
Yeah, Midwestern Electric, $72,061, Hawk, $59,308.80.
Oh, so not that.
And Hawk comes out less, that's the problem. They're out just like that.
They're good, they're both good, like you said, but Hawk won, so.
All right. Anyone like to make a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve the contract with Hawk Enterprises.
I'll second it.
Contingent that they
We haven't, they haven't,
Approve the amount.
well, or, there's not a expiration date.
Oh, that these numbers haven't expired?
Well, that was Don's
And
question.
that was one of the
I want to
concerns.
add a contingency.
Add that as long as these, bids have not expired.
I concur.
I hate to just muddy the waters more, but this discussion first started back in June about us paying for it with outside funds. Attorney Austin, do we have to have in the motion that this will be covered by the bond, or is that understood?
You should identify where you're paying purchase from. So it's in the records.
To be paid for out of,
Construction.
I mean, even with the fact of, with the water meter, that's almost a total from Hawk right there.
Yeah. This would be out of 2022B.
So it might, you know, it's not necessarily from that interest that's.
You want her to cite 22B?
I think that Attorney Austin's kind of requesting that, recommending it. Yeah.
okay, thank you for, on construction fund 23B.
And,
Fire,
I'm sorry,
that is the fire one, the B.
22B is the fire.
Mhm.
Okay. I also concur.
All right. We have a You good, Julie? We have a motion by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Parker, to award a contract to Hawk Enterprises Incorporated, and the amount of $59,308.80 for the Fire Department Emergency Vehicle Preemption Bid Project. The funds will come from the 2022B construction bond, with the contingency that this is awarded so long as Hawk Enterprises honors their the bid given to us on May 7th. Did I cover everything, Julie?
I think so.
I think so.
Okay.
Did you say 22B?
Yeah. Yep.
Is this going to create a road closure?
No.
Hey, Cliff, are you on?
What do you mean?
When they're installing it during the construction?
For the thermoplastics.
I just,
Cliff said it will not, except for when they do the thermoplastics.
Lane closure probably.
Yeah, lane closure.
okay. There's so much construction going on, I just think that probably
It would only be a few hours though, right? Really.
It's just the pilot, you know, the silent tubes next to the road there, so there's nothing. There's probably gonna be a lane traffic, lane closure, I'm sure, but that's it.
Okay. I'll just,
No road
sometimes
closure.
people watch these meetings and it gives them a little potential.
There are a lot of those, especially after last night with all the trees down, there's barricades and closures
Yeah.
everywhere you go.
Yeah, it wasn't good morning to commute or get anything at the gas station on the way.
All right, any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Craig Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Sue, Lance, thank you for the discussion.
Yes, thank you.
We'll move on to new business. Hanover Community School Corporation indemnification agreement. We have an indemnification agreement by and between Hanover Community School Corporation, B&D Sewer and Backhoe Service, Skillman Corporation, and the town of Cedar Lake. This is in regards to the water line. Tim, we talked about this a little bit. This was kind of a suggestion of the council to do something. This water line's been an issue for a little bit. The depth of it, it's not to our specs, right? But the probability of it freezing was very, very, very low likelihood, right? And
The only time that there would be any concern at all would be during winter break.
Over a holiday or...
Over winter break, because of the low, the lower use of water, but the depth is pretty good, so.
Okay.
Leave the faucet running.
So basically, this holds all the responsibility of this now would be on the school corporation. If we pass this, of course, we have to pass a contingent on the school board passing it, but if both bodies decided to agree to this, the burden would be on the school corporation if there was any issues with that water line. Anybody have any concerns or questions about it?
Was there not an email from Seabell that showed some concerns about some of the wording of the
agreement?
Of the agreement.
I have not seen that, Jeff.
You reviewed this?
I drafted it, one of my better efforts, and I have not received anything from CEDO.
Okay.
So there is some invitation.
Okay. I don't have it in front of me. I just thought in scrolling through that there was some response from the engineer, but
okay.
I do not have that with me presently.
All right. Go ahead, Tim.
I just have a question. I mean, B&D Sewer put that water line in when the middle school was built before it was uncovered, so why would they be listed as, I mean...
Dave, you kind of suggested that. What?
I suggested everybody involved with it, including county, all respect.
But they were included with it 10 years ago when the middle school was built, and then now they came and did another project and uncovered it from its original condition, which, I mean, I just couldn't see how somebody that did it properly would be included in the next step of, I mean, it had proper cover on it for the last 10 years, and then now it's been, no, I just was curious, it seemed kind of crazy.
It doesn't necessarily mean that they're on the hook for it, it just means the town of Cedar Lake is off the hook.
Right, I got you.
That's what it says.
Yeah, the three of them, three other parties will.
They gotta figure it out in the event that it fails.
Yeah, it just seemed kind of weird, I guess.
So long as we don't have to figure it
You
out.
negotiated this, did you have any pushback, feedback, changes to those party provisions?
No, the superintendent of the schools asked, well, kind of, I think it was B&D, I don't know if it was B&D in particular or B&D and Skillman, about whether or not they had to be in there. I told Mary that per your recommendation, they ought to be in there, and she was fine, completely fine. There was nothing beyond that. So the only, I guess we requested that the only pushback, I wouldn't even call it pushback, but we requested that they approve it first, the school board, and that we would approve it, and they asked if we did it first, so here we are. So it would be contingent on their approval, right?
Correct, and you made the accommodations to them for this.
Yeah.
Relationship stuff.
Yeah, we've forged, I think, a pretty good relationship with the school corporation. We want to...
Yeah, we wanna continue to cultivate that as well.
Yeah.
This goes through the...
So, is there any other discussion on this item? If not, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Would that be contingent on the school corporation passing this,
Yes.
Mr. Parker? Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Mr. Parker, seconded by Ms. Rivera to approve the Hanover Community School Corporation indemnification agreement, with this approval being contingent on the school corporation also approving this indemnification agreement. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupero?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 2, mutual aid box alarm agreement. This item was approved by the Board of Safety 4-0 on June 26, 2024. Chief Wilkening, this has been a long time coming. I know you came to me with this for a while ago, but we're finally getting it wrapped up. But you just want to let those in attendance and on the stream know what this is?
That's the written mutual aid agreement amongst all the fire departments within the Indiana Mavis 207 district. This replaces a 30 or a 40-year-old Lake County Fire Chiefs Association agreement that went back way many years. This just allows us to respond to other communities and allow other communities to respond to us.
Thank you.
Mr. Austin had a copy, or had it for a while to be able to look at it too, so.
Okay. I've got a letter in our packet, which is from the Board of Safety. Dear Cedar Lake Town Council, at the June 26, 2024 Cedar Lake Board of Safety meeting, the board discussed the Mavis Mutual Aid Box Alarm Agreement. The Board of Safety made a motion and voted 4 in favor, 0 against, to send a favorable recommendation to the Town Council. Please consider this at your next meeting for approval. Signed, Norman Stick, the chairman of the Board of Safety. So I think we're all set with this, unless there's any other discussion. Somebody like to make a motion?
So moved.
Is that for approval, Mr. Carnahan?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Carnahan, seconded by Mr. Parker, to approve the mutual aid box alarm agreement. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0.
Do you have a signed copy of it?
I'm sorry?
Do you have the signed copy of it?
I don't know if Sarah might have it in the paperwork from Jennifer,
Yeah, I would have to check.
that I'll have to sign maybe tonight if she's got it. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Thank
Or
you.
I think we have.
We have a meeting coming up, so I'll be able to give it to them then.
Okay. Number 3, Town Hanover School Corporation proposal contract. This item was approved by Board of Safety 4-0 on June 26, 2024. Again, letter from Board of Safety Chairman Norman Stick to the Cedar Lake Town Council dated June 26, 2024. Town Hanover School Corporation proposal contract. At the June 26, 2024 Cedar Lake Board of Safety meeting, the board discussed the proposed contract to employ town paramedics as part-time employees for sporting events when they are off duty. The Cedar Lake Board of Safety made a motion and voted 4 in favor, 0 against, to send a favorable recommendation to the Cedar Lake Town Council. Please consider this at your next Town Council meeting. Signed, Norman Stick, Chairman. Chief Welkening, anything else on this?
Nope.
No? Okay.
This was for the trainer, right?
It was to cover the trainer, and it would also cover any personnel that did attend football games as well.
Everybody's happy.
And there'll be no cost to us, that they'll
So
work
that
on,
the school will pay them directly.
yes.
And Attorney Austin, you vetted this as well?
You did.
In manner of speaking.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Carnahan, seconded by Ms. Dixon, to approve the Town Hanover School Corporation proposal contract. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Get my bearings together. Number 4, approve change order number 3, request for Shade Subdivision Improvements Project Phase 1 from $1,829,771.37 to $1,832,539.77. This would be an increase of $2,768.40. The change order represents additional roadway and stormwater improvement work that was added for plan revision number 3 for 140th Avenue and Edison Street. Some of this work is a part of an improved town storm board project on 140th Avenue, where funds from the board were transferred to this project. The remaining items within this change order represent field changes for quantities added or subtracted from the project. Mr. Kubiak, do you have anything else for this one, or you under?
This was a old storm drain pipe that was from approximately 200 feet long, I think 180 feet, but it was a old metal pipe that was in there that was all crushed and falling apart that was discovered. We they tied into it at Morse there, and we cambered it, and it was dilapidated and right underneath of the new road, so we came in and dug it out and replaced it and repaired it, and it's just one of those things, so.
You never know what you're gonna find when
It's
you
new
open it
now,
up.
and it needed, we just didn't wanna, we didn't wanna put a brand new road over the top of a failing pipe, so
Yeah.
it's corrected and fixed, so. One of those things, just had to do it.
No plywood over the hole.
Right, it was just.
We use, where I work, we found snowmobile suits patching stuff up and stuff,
I don't know what you're
water
gonna
heaters.
find.
We found, 3 different types of pipe, clay to metal to plastic, and it's craziness. But we did tear out all the old and replaced it, and it's good now.
I'll make a motion to approve change order number 3.
Okay,
Thanks, Bob.
do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made by Mr. Carnahan, seconded by Mr. Becker to approve change order number 3, request for Shade Subdivision Improvements Project Phase 1. Any discussion? Roll call?
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Cupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 5, requested purchase of 2024 John Deere XUV 835M HVAC MY24 green. Tim?
This is to replace the Kubota that got totaled out on the accident. It's about, it was like $1,200 more than the Kubota, exactly replacement for the Kubota, the cab and it's just way more user-friendly for putting it forward and reverse and plowing. All the attachments that we did have for the Kubota, the sprayer and the snow plow and so forth,
They're all gonna work on this.
all work on this, so.
You gonna paint them green?
The plow is red, like the rest of the trucks are probably not, but, unless you'd like to see it green, we can do it.
The attachments ought to match the equipment.
I mean, we can do that. It's just, like I said, it's way, not easier to drive and operate and way more roomy in the cab than the Kubota, so, the parts got one and we actually were looking into replacing with the Kubota, and once we seen how much more roomier and easier it was to operate, we kind of switched over to that, so.
Don't crash this one.
Wasn't their fault.
It was not our fault. We will try not.
That guy got ticketed.
They will try not to.
So this is for $28,633.53.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Probably want to have that in the motion.
I'll make a motion to, approve the purchase.
I'll second it. And in the amount of $28,633.53.
I concur.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Carnahan, to approve the purchase of a 2024 John Deere XUV in the amount of $28,633.53. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Cupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 6, approve request in the amount of $1,406 out of town council promotion line item 101-002-398 for Frisbees.
These used for the parade?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is traditionally how we pay for it. We just need a motion to approve it.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Dixon, seconded by Mr. Teal to approve the request amount of $1,406 out of the town council promotion line item 101-002-398 for Frisbees. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Cupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 7, approve Woods of Cedar Creek easements. There are a handful of easements here, 14203 Rockland, 14149 Rockland, 6820 West 142nd Place, 6822 West 142nd Place, 22 West 142nd Place, 14151 Rockland Street, 14205 Rockland Street, and 14211 Rockland Street.
This is a storm board project, right?
You're getting the easement and access to property by this conveyance. We need to assess it.
I'll make a motion to approve, Woods of the Cedar Creek easement.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Carnahan, seconded by Mr. Teal, to approve all aforementioned Woods of Cedar Creek easements. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Riccuccio?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 8, disbursement request number 15 from the 2022A Construction Fund for the Police Department project in the amount of $375,704.74. Another pay request, or disbursement request. Any discussion on this item?
We know what it's for.
We know what it's for. Anyone like to make a motion?
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Carnahan to approve disbursement request number 15 for 2022A Construction Fund. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Riccuccio?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 9, disbursement request number 14 from the 2022B Construction Fund for the Fire Department project in the amount of $935,148.68. I guess you guys know the drill.
I'll make a motion to approve the request.
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Becker to approve disbursement request number 14 from the 2022B Construction Fund. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Riccuccio?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Turning the page.
Last page.
The last page, you're right. Reports, number 1, town council reports.
I've got, the Chamber of Commerce is having a townwide yard sale, August 3rd, 2024, from 8 to 4 p.m. Stop at the Chamber office, to pick up a map, and to get list your home on the map is cost of $5. And then the Chamber golf outing is August 25th, 2024, costs $90. You'll end up getting a dinner at the end. They've already got 32 people signed up. There's only 40 available spots left.
Where are they playing at?
At,
City of Ness, I believe.
yeah,
Can't even do it in Indiana?
Find a place. They won't do it.
Come on, Bob.
Find us a place.
well, they used to do South Shore when we had a golf course.
They want golf outings.
You can't find a place right now.
They don't want golf outings.
Do what?
And Jim Bukowski is the chairperson of Elmwood Funeral Home. So you can contact the chamber if you're interested. She said, Nick, you were thinking about it?
I was, and my back's been acting up, so I don't know if I was ready to.
Okay.
I gotta force them together, I just don't know whether I can do it, but I'd like to get out there.
So it's filling up rather quickly compared to what I've seen in the past.
Yeah, that's good.
Come on, Spence, I gotta think.
What's the winning score?
I don't know. I'm just an information.
112. That's not it.
Thank you, Bob. Any other town council reports?
Maybe I'll go to Sue Hayes now. This is in the Christopher Reedler report. But Sue, I had asked Jennifer to see if we could come up with bonding money so that we could work on reconstructing 141st Avenue from Parish to US or to our corporate limits? Were you able to determine if we had bonding capability?
Bob, I hadn't heard of this, so I have to say no, I haven't looked into it. And, I hadn't talked at all with Jennifer about it.
Well, could you look into it?
Yeah,
Just
we
for a
can look
future
into it.
agenda item possibly, for the sake of saving some time tonight.
Yeah, we can, and I was going to say, because, well, further down in your updates and discussions, I know that there's bonds for fire truck, ambulance, and street sweeper too. So maybe I don't know if it's something that we can do with that too, to keep the cost down, but, when Jen gets back, I'll get with her and we'll talk about it.
The street committee had discussion, and we allocated a certain amount of money for community crossing grant, but we didn't have enough to go after 141st from Parish to our corporate limits, so we wanted to see if we could bond and reconstruct that road.
Okay, I was going to say I'll talk with Jennifer, and we may end up getting Corby from Crone involved in it.
All right.
Bob, it brings up a good point, or not a point, but racked my memory. I talked with Don last week, and that project was brought up. He was kind of unclear on direction, but I told him, or he suggested to get a price on surveying that area, and he's gonna get that to us.
Okay.
I asked him what the next step would be as far as on his end, and that would be it. So he's supposed to be working on that.
All right, very good.
All right, any other town council reports?
Yeah, I have something real quick. As far as the mechanics hire, I did speak with Tim yesterday as far as the applications that we've received, and that we were hoping to get something set up with a few interviews this week possibly.
Did we get 4?
There was at least 7. Did you see if there was any more today?
There was not.
I believe that the total was about 7. Tim did provide it to me about a week and a half ago, the ones that I have, and I pretty much narrowed it down to about 2 that we wanted to bring in for some questions.
I hope you guys get some.
But we believe there's someone that's more than qualified, so we just gotta sit down and talk.
Okay.
And I just wanted to thank not only police and fire, but Public Works for your work yesterday at that tragedy. You know, I found out today that Public Works was there helping move the tree, and I'm sure that's something like your guys aren't trained for. You're not used to being at a scene like that. So my heart goes out to everybody that was there, that witnessed that, and I just want to thank you all for working together like our department heads always do, for being there for that
Yeah,
family.
I think Adam Warnoff needs to be recognized for his, help with that too.
He went out and took care of everything else while we were working on this.
Kudos, Adam, and thank you, and McAllister as well for.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Currently drafting letters of appreciation for what they've done, intend on bringing them in and saying thank you.
Let's do that.
And Superintendent Tim King said it was a 10.
I was gonna get to all that when we got to the.
Jeff, have you gotten any applications for the Park Foundation?
As far as donations or?
No, applications
applicants?
for the positions of the Park Foundation.
Not that I'm aware of, not that's been made apparent to me.
I turned mine in today.
What's that?
I turned mine in today.
You did?
You have one.
Okay.
You got one.
Excuse me, I'd like to amend my testimony that we now have one.
Let you know.
There you go.
4. So we have 2.
We did advertise, right?
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I do.
That's the most popular thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I did have some more stuff to add, though. After the last department head meeting, I had a couple of takeaways from it on the discussion with Summerfest, and I did discuss this with Mary Joan as well after attending the department head meeting, as far as us conducting an exit meeting after the fact, just so we're all on the same page for next year. You know, if there was any discrepancies with item stuff that was, like whether police would like to see things changed, fire, public works and stuff like that in parks, that we should consider that now so we can have a smoother transition for next year.
Good idea.
And the other thing is, I know that Jen did mention some stuff also that we as a council may want to consider a full-time grant writer, just for the fact that the amount of stuff that's required. I just wanted to make that known.
Okay.
And I know of one that's moving to town.
Oh, there you go, Bob. I just wanted to add that. That's all I have.
If I may piggyback on the...
Yeah. Yeah, you should approach him about that.
Yeah, he said he showed some interest in helping us out with.
Yeah, he suggested he'd do it, and it sounded like as a freebie.
Wow.
I'm eager to save money wherever I can.
To piggyback on what Rich had mentioned about Summerfest, in the past had liaisons to our meetings, which we do not have. We have a meeting Monday, and we will schedule the meeting with the department heads. We're all volunteers, so for us to make a day meeting would be very difficult. So we're going to have to communicate and, try to coordinate a time that maybe a couple of the board members can make it. The board themselves will never be able to make it during the day.
Just
We need to make that information.
name a night.
Yeah, name it at night then.
We used the town used to run Summerfest, and then we were advised we needed to change it. And we used to have 3 council members that were appointed to the Summerfest committee.
All right, anything else from the council members? Thank you all for your input. Town Attorney, Attorney Austin? No report. All right, thank you. Clerk Treasurer, do you have anything? Okay. Town Manager, Mr. Bungie.
I've been talking to the folks down at Lakedale Regional Waste District. They have requested that we get together for an annual meeting. I think it's a pretty routine.
Can we dovetail it into a town council meeting or a utility board meeting before?
Well, the only thing is they like to, they say it's their year to host.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
That is true.
where they have that at POA down there?
the POA building down there. Usually it's just a little meet and greet between us and their board members, and I don't even think there's any agenda items, or at least they didn't think at this time there were any agenda items. And that has tentatively been planned for Tuesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. That's our off Tuesday between council meetings.
When is that?
August 13th.
13th?
Is that the tentative date?
That is the tentative date,
At what time?
6 p.m.
That's the second Tuesday?
That would be the second Tuesday.
That's Storm Board.
Well, I get it. I mean, the only one that would really interfere would be Julie, but it seemed to be the most advantageous date that they had.
I'll do my best. That's right at crunch time for a project I gotta get done, so we'll see how it goes.
I suppose as long as we advertise for it, making sure, that it's in a joint executive meeting, as long as we have, I guess, at least 4. I don't know if we really conduct business, but.
Thank you, Jeff. Do you have anything
And
else?
really at this time, that's all I have. Although I did get a call from, town manager of, St. John, Bill Catatama.
No idea.
Stoppo, something.
That's right.
And, he's willing, and he heard about, the possible tornado that went through, and he's, as a municipality, they're gonna work with our public works guys, and they may be sending a crew or 2 down here in the next couple of days to help with trees and chipping and stuff, so.
We certainly appreciate that.
Kudos to them for all.
Yeah.
So mutual aid.
Yeah.
We love it.
Who is it?
Town of St. John.
St. John.
Yeah.
They
Well,
called an offer too, so that's cool.
yeah, extend that thank you from the council, please. Yeah,
Certainly will.
very grateful. Okay, anything else, Mr. Bungie?
Not at this time, I'll just go through the CBEL report.
Okay. Director of Operations, Mr. Kubiak?
I don't have anything new at this moment.
All right. Police Department, Chief Fisher.
In your report, you can see we had 1,169 calls for service for the month, 508 traffic stops, 529 warnings, 206 citations, 679 law incidents, with 18 arrests and 31 charges, 49 ordinance warnings and 89 ordinance tickets. So it was a normal month. As previously stated, Summerfest went relatively smoothly. We only had one specific incident on the park, and it was self-inflicted, so we got the subject out of there as soon as possible and got him to the hospital. Honestly, Friday night was busier, it seemed like, than Saturday night. It was kind of weird. Parking lot filled up a lot faster Friday night than it did Saturday night, but had no real issues. Everything ran as normal, as it has for the last 25 years that I've been there, so no issues. As far as
I was disappointed on Saturday not being as busy as it was Friday, because I expected Saturday to be just as busy.
I can say both nights the fireworks were spectacular.
Yes.
I had a lot of compliments on them.
Total of $30,000.
I didn't know the number, but they were spectacular.
Well, they cost.
Yeah.
I just said the fireworks were spectacular. I like them a lot.
Especially the grand
finale was pretty awesome.
$1,000
A lot of compliments from the public. Really enjoyed it. A little warm out for the weekend, but it was good. As far as the storm last night, again, I will back what you guys have said. First off, I will have to thank the fire department and the Public Works. Just a phenomenal job last night for what they had to see and do and endure. So my officers were second to none again, as they usually are. And it was a rough night, but we got through it together as a team. Tim and his crew are just amazing, always there for us whenever we need something, without a second's notice. Same with the fire department. So it was a long day today, but we're helping that family out. We helped them get some of their belongings out today, myself and actually Tony. So we're moving forward with them and keeping open communication with them so that we can make sure that they're taken care of and whatever they need. So
You certainly have my deepest condolences. I know no one ever expects something like that to happen, and I'm really proud of the community and the departments for stepping up and guys.
I've had multiple calls and meetings already with community leaders that want to do whatever they can to help the family out. Right now, they're not asking for any help. They're just trying to grieve in their own way. So
keep us posted.
Yeah.
Now, it's my understanding from what I heard on the news, I don't know if that's true, that the house is gonna have to be demolished.
I have no idea where they come up with that.
I don't know, that's what
We
they
haven't even
said.
got to that point because the insurance has not even gone out there to do anything yet. They've just been notified already, so.
There's a lot of damage.
It's rough, but Tony looked at it today, so that we could go back inside. We had our building inspector over there, and at least get some of their personal belongings out, and, he doesn't think it's total.
Okay.
So, but he's not the insurance company, so. But other than that, it was a long night, but worked out really good. And again, McAllister Excavating and Adam Warnhoff just coming out. I kept in constant contact with them when we were getting the calls. My officers would respond to where they were located, let us know right away if there was wires entanglement within it, and whether it could be pushed off. And if it wasn't, he went right over there and pushed them off. So it was good.
Thank you, Chief.
That was with the cooperation of Kenny McAllister, or Chris McAllister. Yeah.
Sure.
This is equipment, yeah.
His equipment.
I did have a real quick question for you, Bill.
Yeah.
In the reports. Did you get a response yet or any information on that weed ordinance I asked you about? Because I know I'm going to be asked tomorrow during the unsafe building on the 129th, with the fact that one of the citations was the town-owned road?
I did not, and that was because we had a couple incidents and
Absolutely.
she was off. So I will reach out to you tomorrow.
Yeah, just the way I have an answer for the guy tomorrow, because I know that's one of the first questions I'm going to be asked.
I will have it for you. I had every intentions of just...
I understand the circumstances. I just wanted to ask,
Yep.
just because I know I'm going to be asked tomorrow.
Yep.
Thank
I will
you.
have it for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fire Department, Chief Welkening?
I'd just like to expound upon what Chief Fisher said about last night. Our public works guys were amazing. The police officers getting on the scene first and doing a quick assessment so that we kind of knew what we were dealing with. My medics went in immediately in a pretty dangerous situation, and for what we had to actually see and do, all of us together, was it was an emotional night for some people because it was pretty tough. One of the things I did want to mention, though, is that we did have problems with dispatch. The dispatch center pretty much went to a backup mode, and we were unable to decipher how many calls we actually had. They just kept coming in. At one time, we were dispatched to a structure fire, a gas leak, 3 power lines down, and a tree on a house, all at the very same time.
Where was that at?
So our mutual aid,
In town.
all over the place.
All over the
Yeah.
place?
So we had called mutual aid in, which is part of that box alarm system that you guys just approved tonight, so that's how that works. And they, St. John and Lake Dale, helped us cover those calls while we were dealing with other things. Going back to that tree on the house, you have to remember the tree itself wasn't in the house. It was like a big section of the trunk, or I'm sorry, like a big limb that went into the house. So it kind of fell into like a fork, and it went in through the roof of the house. It was a very odd situation, very odd, I mean, the chances of that happening was just crazy. So, everybody that was there and were together, it was amazing to see the team Cedar Lake. It really was. I was very proud of not just my people, sitting back to anybody that had a Cedar Lake shirt on from police to public works was like, everybody took positive direction, everybody knew what their role was, and it just clicked. Which is the only thing Chief Fisher and I can ever ask for when we get into those situations. But the calls started stacking up, and under those circumstances, it's just high stress. That's what it is. And then on top of that, we had regular calls. So last night was unusual, but we handled it. My next question is, Greg mentioned I'm not going to call you Mr. Park.
Yeah, I prefer you not.
I know, you probably know
That's my dad.
Greg mentioned about staffing at the new station. At some point in time, can we sit down and discuss that soon?
Now that we have a light at the end of the tunnel, I think we need to do that.
Yeah, because we're going to have, when we open that station, we're going to have a grand opening and everything, and we need to have some discussion on what the council and the Board of Safety's intentions are moving forward with it. So it would be good to at least get it. I know we got budget stuff coming up to talk about, so maybe some of that will be able to roll into that. But I look forward to have some dialogue. I obviously have a million ideas, so you guys know that. So I'm going to be prepared, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
We appreciate that. All right, thank you, Chief Welkening. Parks Department, Ms. Ray?
I just want to report that the Park Board was not supposed to meet in the month of July originally, but in our June meeting, they had mentioned that it would be wise to go ahead and continue with the traction and meet in July. So we did put a public notice out there, and that the Park Board will be meeting on July 18th at 5:30. So I think you also received my superintendent report that I had prepared and emailed that off. And although it didn't make it into this meeting, if you have questions on that, I'd love to give you the opportunity to ask, or you can wait till next month and it could actually be, put into your meeting packets along with the report that I've given you, so. That's all.
One other thing, ribbon cutting, ceremony July 30th at 9 a.m. at Kiwanis Park.
Yes, right, Bob was great in this and helping me out, thanks again, Mr. Carnahan. We finished Kiwanis Park, Everly Smiles had gotten the communication board up, July 30th, although the time is probably not ideal for a lot of the working part of the group. There will be a grand reopening ribbon cutting ceremony at Kiwanis Park on the 30th at 9 a.m. The Chamber of Commerce will be there to assist and help make this happen. Literally, Bob was back to me in 10 minutes from the conversation I had, so that was awesome. And thanks again. And Everly Smiles will be on site, and it's just our first ADA playground in our community, and that's something to celebrate and be excited about, that we've gotten there, and we have an all-accessible, all-ability playground here, finally. So.
Very good. All right, thank you, Mindy. C-Bell monthly report. Jeff, I'm sure you're going to take this. Anything new to add?
Well, town engineer report dated July 4th, the July 16th, 24th council meeting. Seal Lake Dredge and Sediment New Watering Facility project, Dredge America, is no longer on site and will return in August to complete final demobilization of the project. C-Bell provided pay application number 8 to the town on July 9th, which was not in our packet because it didn't make our timing requirements, so it'll be on the first meeting in August of $277,000. That probably will not be a final total. There'll be some adjustments from what I've been told by Don. But yeah, the dredge project as of now is other than doing some calculations, is pretty much is done.
And that covered, for that money, covered 19,712 cubic yards through May 15th.
That's correct. It doesn't say that there hasn't been more material taken out since then, but that number is as of the May 15th date.
And we're down by the chamber, mud is just pouring through those drain tiles from across the street.
Over from Smart's property, the marsh over there.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have any storm structures over there that need to be addressed or revisited.
Clea did plant some stuff in there that they got from a Lair grant, and it didn't hold.
I don't know like that.
When you get rain like we've been getting, there's not a whole lot that's going to happen to.
Every inlet in the lake has that same thing, where it's that much.
We have things to deal with stormwater, but not torrential stormwater.
The water was so high that the drains were covered.
Yeah, it's just been a mess.
All right, anything else to add, Jeff?
Nothing of consequence. I think just about everything here has been hashed over at least once.
Okay.
One other thing in here, on 133rd, where they're going to raise the thing up 2 feet. I talked to Don about that today, and he said the ground is so bad that they're going to have to put pilings down in the ground in order, because there's not enough of a base to hold it.
Yeah, that's the road over the marsh. That road is built on the marsh.
Yep.
Yeah, close.
So yeah, that's
Loading room.
that's going to take a little bit. Somebody pretty smart's going to have to come up with a plan for that. But it's a funded project, federal funded project for us. So engineering, if we have an extra couple of dollars to spend with engineering, sounds like we'll get that rolled through the project without a problem.
All right. Before we move on to update and discussion, because it might take a little while longer, we're gonna take just a quick 5-minute break, like hard 5 minutes. And if anybody needs to use the restroom, stretch, have a smoke, you got about 5 minutes.
I'm afraid.
We've got update and discussion items. Number one, purchase of used fire truck from fire services. Rich, do you have something?
Sorry, I'm kinda distracted, I'm sorry.
Are you gonna cover this one, Rich?
Why, you got something I don't?
Well, I think we were on the same page earlier when we discussed it, but.
Yeah, so basically I received a phone call, for two of the Board of Safety members that, they were made aware of a, possible used fire engine over at Fire Services, that we may wanna take a look at. I did go up there, just shortly after lunch on Thursday, and went there with them. It was Norm Stick and Larry Nagy. Went over the truck with Matt Timms from Fire Services. After that, I did reach out to Julie and to Bob for them being board of liaisons, asked if they'd like to go. They did have some stuff going on where they weren't able to go on Friday. After that, Norm reached out to Nick Marger, who does the inspections on the vehicles and stuff like that. And so we met back up there again at Fire Services at 1 o'clock again on Friday, where Nick Marger did a quick look at the truck, basically had some discussion with Matt Timms as far as if we can, that Nick would go back on Monday to do a thorough inspection, which I do have. I believe everybody was copied on the email, the 5-page report that Nick did on the truck. They were supposed to be doing a draft test today over at the chamber. There were some issues a little bit as far as some concerns, I should say, that Nick had with the drafting. He thought there might have been something wrong with the suction pump. He did not want to damage anything while it was under our possession. And so I did talk with Matt Timms. I spoke to Todd, Chief Wilkening, after that. And I agree with the fact that I wouldn't want them to do any type of a draft test if something were to break on the truck. But after speaking with Matt on that, I did forward him the list that Nick did present to us. This truck, the price is right to me and to the two Board of Safety members. We do understand that it will need some stuff as far as equipping it. The price that they were selling the truck for was $75,000. We were told that if we equip it with them, which they came up with around $80,000 to equip it, we could probably get the truck knocked down to $60,000. So we'd be looking around $140,000 for it. The truck came from Munster. It was most recently rented out to Hannah. They had it for roughly about a month. That's why the pumps were certified then before they used it. But right now, I'm just waiting for a response. I reached back out to Matt Timms at Fire Services this afternoon after I received Nick Marger's report as far as response to the report on what their thoughts were and stuff like that.
What year is it?
It is a 1998 HME, and it is a pumper truck.
It's pre-emissions.
Yes. They do have, so Fire Services had some moving around of stuff, so they do have all the maintenance logs and stuff like that they were gonna make available to Nick to review. I don't know if he's received those yet, because they had to try to track them down and locate them. They do have them, they just gotta find out where it is.
And how many hours or miles?
I do know that the odometer was replaced, and they believe it has 30,000 on it. I don't remember the exact hours. It was either 3,040 or 3,400.
3,040.
3,040, yeah, because I kept hearing it was 3,400, and I could have swore I seen 3,040.
That's what he said.
But yes, Nick did put together quite the extensive, it's 5-page report on that. like I said, I was hoping to have a response. I just checked my email before the meeting started to see if Matt did respond, but, you know, there's quite a bit to go through. It's quite the extensive list.
Nick and Fred Sanu went through that truck. It needs a lot of work. It does, according to the, also $80,000 is not gonna equip that truck. I don't know what list they went off of.
Right, and we don't either, and
Yeah, the
that's...
air packs alone are gonna be $40,000.
Right, and I don't know if that was part of their equipping it, and I guess it would be more standard stuff. And that's why after we had the discussion, Norm and Larry and myself with Matt, that's why, when we reached out to Nick to come and do the inspection, and when it comes to the equipping, this is not something that the council and the Board of Safety is gonna say, here, this is what this truck needs, here you go. You know, we do need to, you know, sit down together and figure out what is definitely needed, whether this is considered more of a reserve truck. We do understand the need, that the fact that with this safety building, that we're gonna need more than just this truck and a new truck. You know, more than just one, I should say. So that's why when this came available, I understand sometimes things may seem too good, you know, but it's something we strongly believe that we should not pass up the opportunity if it can be repaired at minimal cost.
Well, if you look at that list that you're given, that's an extensive cost to repair. The springs, the brakes, there's issues with the truck that, they're gonna have to go through that truck, fire service from front to back.
Yeah, and I was concerned with the brakes because it's had new brakes, new tires, new springs. That's what we were told. And so that's where we need to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to that, because that was the selling feature for them, you know, new tires, new brakes, new springs.
The rear brakes aren't even touching the pads, and then, the springs are going like this instead of going like this. So.
Sometimes they have a negative arch in the springs, sure.
That's without any water on it at all. That's without any equipment or any water on the truck. So.
Yeah. I just know that I'm waiting for a response back from.
Yeah, these are questions
fire
we want
service.
answered from fire service, and that, you know, if they can do all the repairs to the truck, I don't think they'll sell it for $60,000 if they have to do that work, but.
Completely agree.
And then we're putting together a comprehensive actual cost list. We've asked fire service here's the, you know, equipment that this truck will need to be put into service. You guys saw the email I sent you with the...
I'm only one person here, Todd, but I don't want another expensive piece of equipment that has emissions control on it, period.
I would rather see us buy one of the fire service's brand new demos, because it's gonna last us a long time, and it'll be another...
Todd, you're gonna work on it all the time, because it's gonna be a regen truck. I assure you, you're gonna work on it all the time. They're junked. And you and I disagree on that. The fire equipment on it may be better, but the power plants suck. You can't even depend on it to get it to a fire.
Well, now fire services, when it comes to pumper trucks, fire services...
Todd...
On the new
So,
trucks...
Greg, let me answer that question for you.
Nick's working on them all the time. Tim's rebuilding them out of grease spots. I'm rebuilding them out of grease spots. The new stuff is just garbage because of the emission system. It's just junk. But we get a warranty with them. I mean, with this particular... When the warranty's out though, Todd, every time he goes to the diesel shop, it's gonna be $10,000 or $15,000.
Okay.
So, I mean, the stuff that they're building now for the federal emissions for diesels is just, am I lying? It's garbage. Is it garbage?
At my work, we had, it is garbage for the most part, and I got a newer diesel truck, but we had a surrounding community near where I work inquiring about a mid-90s truck we have.
So we're not gonna...
Because they wanted the chassis.
We're going to buy, okay, so, all right, so it's free emissions. In fact, it's got the same motor in it that the ladder truck has. It's a good motor.
Yeah, but this ladder truck's pre-emissions, right?
Yeah, it's got the same exact motor in it.
Yeah, but this is emissions. Or you're talking about the 98 truck?
Yeah. So the 98 has the same as our ladder truck, which is...
That motor's foolproof.
Yeah.
And Munster wanted to, when they got rid of this, they wanted to get rid of their 2008 International, they have two of them. they wanted to get rid of one of the 2008 Internationals and keep this instead.
I did talk to the
That's
chief,
why.
he's a very good friend of mine, and, you know, he, in fact, one of our captains on the department was on Munster when they got that truck, and, the guy really loved the truck, and he said that he would rather have gotten rid of one of the newer Freightliners than to get rid of this particular truck.
Freightliner, that's
But
what it
there's
was,
a
I thought he
couple-
said International.
What I'm telling you is there's a list that Chief Monder did. I didn't spend much time with the truck because I was not available to. And, yesterday, as you guys know, everything from last night, everything hit the fan and we were busy. In fact, Chief Fisher and I spent the whole morning this morning with the press while they were going through the truck, so.
Todd, I'm not trying to chastise you about the truck.
I would just like to see us get something newer.
Pumps and
you know what I'm
tanks and
saying?
things like that, you can replace it, some of it you can even do in-house. But when you've got a vehicle that has an emission system on it that the federal government requires because it's a new vehicle that you can't depend on to even get it to a damn fire, it's useless.
And so just so everybody's aware on the council, what started some of this with the fact with, looking at this truck was the older truck that we had in somebody's storage. They said it was not worth fixing, putting the money into that one. And so that's why they recommended this one. And I know that other communities like Lowell, the old truck, that they usually, have Public Works, they convert it into a Public Works truck. I see one of their old engines
like that.
quite often that they use for a leaf truck. They haul their scrap with it, stuff like that. I believe, Tim, that would probably work out good somewhere in Public Works, the old truck.
We're gonna check it out.
Yeah.
We were hoping to preserve that truck as an antique for the department.
Well,
And
I
so
don't
that-
think we're in
so
a
that-
position to collect trophies right now, money-wise.
How old is the old truck, Todd?
It's a 93.
To keep insurance on it, to me, is wasteful use of taxpayers'
What
money.
I'm saying is to preserve some of the history of the fire department. The old timers, I'm just gonna tell you, the old timers are gonna be down here standing in front of the protest and get.
Well, if they wanna start a fund to pay for all the expenses for it, then
There
maybe
shouldn't
that's
be
a
any
whole different
expense.
story.
We're not gonna put any money in, we'll just keep it running, that's all.
The fact of it being on site is a cost. So,
How do you figure, what's gonna cost?
do we have to insure that?
Yes.
Yeah, but.
Is it usable at all anymore?
Yeah.
We have 2 fire stations now.
We can use it, but we can't use it as a frontline pumper because it doesn't meet the NFPA standards anymore because does not have an enclosed cab.
So we wanna
That's the
keep an
reason
even
why.
older truck,
We're
for
just talking about.
nostalgia's sake, versus a 1998.
No,
That's the
Rich-
problem I have.
Rich, I think you're missing my point. It was just gonna be like a freight truck, preserve the history of the department, that's all. That's a total policy call on your guys'
Yeah.
You wanna do it, that's fine. I mean, I'm just telling you that the older firefighters in the community that grew up with that truck, they wanna keep some.
I mean, we
history of the department.
could come up with the cost and sell it to them if they want.
I just
I
wonder,
mean, that's my attitude.
I wonder how bad it would be, how much would it cost just to keep it in service?
It needs seals, pumps, it has air leaks, or not pumps, it's got water leaks, it's been sitting. But we would have to stick 15,000-20,000 in to make it.
I believe that number was far north of that, and then there's also cab issues with the...
No, I'm not talking about using it as a frontline pumper, I'm just, what I'm talking about is getting it pumping again and using it just, if we have a big fire, we can stick it to the lake pump. We can't respond with people in that truck because the cab is not enclosed.
Now, this
You're
one
right,
is...
if we had to enclose the cab, that would be big money.
Yeah.
Well, even with an open cab, can you still use 2 people in there?
You
I know you
can.
can't use 4, but
You
2
can,
people you
and
could.
respond, you can. But we cannot have people in the back, because it's not safe.
Well, you don't have the personnel anyways right now.
That's true.
No, but...
So usually only 2 people are in the fire truck, no.
No, two or three. Yeah.
I just feel like we either need to start rebuilding some older equipment to avoid all the headaches with the regen emission system, and/or if we're gonna go new, we avoid the diesel and go with the gas.
Well, Greg, my plan originally was we get the new truck that we ordered, we take our other enclosed cab truck, that we have that's in its 90s, that's one of our first out trucks, and take it to fire service and have them refurb it. So then we have another truck that's gonna be worth, gonna be good for 10 years. So if we got 2 new trucks and refurb one,
You're talking about the honeymoon period with that new truck and that emission system, when it's under warranty. I'm talking about when it's out of warranty and it is a maintenance nightmare. And that engine in that new truck is already obsolete. They're
And
not
I'm
gonna
hearing
make
that
that
from Nick,
That would be correct. That
Chris
is
and Greg are all saying that.
the truck that we do not
These
even
are fire
have yet.
trucks, guys, these are not, this is a little bit different than the.
Are they exempt
apparatus
from
you guys.
emissions?
They're not, but.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. If we get to a place where they're exempt from emissions because they're public safety vehicles, then I'd be open to revisiting the new diesels. But until public safety is more important than a pie-in-the-sky emission system that is impossible to maintain, I just don't think it's wise to spend that money, unless we're buying gas. If we're gonna buy a gas power plant, I'm good.
There won't be a
Greg, we
gas power
don't-
plant in the fire truck.
Well, that's what I mean.
These trucks manufacturers, I mean.
They're stuck with it.
They sell thousands of
I
them a
understand.
year, and they're on the streets, and they
But
work,
Todd,
and they.
the
pump.
fact
I
of the
mean,
matter is,
they know way more about it than we
they
do.
cost a fortune to maintain them.
I wouldn't argue with them.
I know a lot more about fire trucks than they.
I do know one thing though, as Greg was mentioning, and Bob touched
You're
on
right, I'm not
also,
gonna argue.
this new truck that we have on order, that we signed a contract back in 2022, the L9 Cummins engine is being discontinued. The next available upgrade to that one is gonna be anywhere from $65,000 to $80,000 to go with the, I believe, M12. There's a 12 and a 15. And so that's why we were also looking around at other units as far as pumper trucks go. Some of the KME 180s come standard with the M12. So my concern is, same as yours, Greg, when it comes to stuff like that, besides the emission, just the fact that the Cummins L9 is being discontinued. And this is on a vehicle we don't even own yet. So, but that's for another discussion.
Yeah, I don't wanna confuse the two. I mean,
because that's where it was going with that.
And I know Public Works has tried to be pragmatic with some of this stuff, because it's a problem. Nick works with them, I work with them. They're just, anything after 2007 is just a maintenance nightmare because of that stupid emission system. And,
Something as simple as a depth level sensor, 3M on the Komatsu loader, out of warranty.
And it'll
That shuts the machine down.
It'll shut you down. You can't get to the fire, Todd.
I know all about it, Greg, I do. We were dealing with it with ambulances as well.
I know.
And that's why when it comes to ambulances, we would definitely entertain
That's why I
gas
wish
versus the diesel.
someone that makes the people that make these guidelines for these things, I understand what they're trying to do. But for some types of equipment, it just doesn't make any sense. But you can't get that, they still shove the requirement down your throat, and you can't depend on the equipment. That's the problem.
So where are we at with the old, or used fire truck?
So where we are at right now, there still needs to be more stuff done as far as testing, communication with fire services. So the reason it is on, the agenda for today is for the council to consider actually purchasing it if it does end up being something that we wanna spend the money to do whatever upgrades, equipping it, and as long as we're in agreeance with, council, Board of Safety, Fire Services, and the fire department as far as what is actually necessary, whether this becomes a reserve truck, in moving forward, knowing that we're gonna need more than one truck in the new building.
Right.
We wanna, and we're not saying that we're just gonna buy this truck. We
We need to give fire services a commitment.
We wanna examine the
so it
truck
doesn't get
further.
sold out from under us.
And we do want to encumber the truck until we figure out whether we can make it work or not. We want your input. but we wanna get to a point where we can have stuff that we can maintain and make work, rather than spend $1 million potentially on something that we can't even use long-term. So.
This is kinda new to me, because I'm a true believer that we should never cut corners on public safety equipment. So.
Well, if you can convince the federal government of that, Todd, then I agree with you wholeheartedly.
And I'll agree with you. It's like being suggested that we buy refurbished air packs for our people to.
No, it's not the same thing.
Well, we've had people.
It's absolutely.
It's kinda hard for me to wrap my arms around.
It is absolutely not the same thing, Todd. And you haven't had one of these vehicles yet with these emission systems.
Yeah, we have. Our ambulances.
I know you got them in the ambulances, outside of warranty, you got Cummonses in the ambulances, and if you're gonna have one, those are better. But in some instances, they're just not. And this particular one that we're looking at, this new truck, is a problem, so it's either, a potential upgrade or something else.
So are we gonna make a decision on this?
Not on the
Are you telling me you're gonna cancel the new truck?
Potentially.
Well, right now, I would have to say that it's not necessarily just straight up canceling it. We do need to definitely have a discussion with council, with Suffolk, as far as, questions on, for the fact that the engine is being discontinued. And so I had some discussion with Dave on this, a couple of occasions, as far as the fact that I believe you said, putting together a committee, as far as sitting down with Suffolk for some of the changes.
That's my recommendation.
So it is, to answer your question straight off the bat, straight up cancel, no, but there needs to definitely be some, discussion with Suffolk.
And we gotta see that we got bonding capability to purchase it, because what Sue mentioned, we got the ambulance, we got a fire truck, a street sweeper, and now we're throwing in, reconstruction of 141st.
You just give me direction, and that's what we'll do.
Well, so Dave, could you explain the process, what you explained to me, so I don't misspeak?
No, I would expect that a committee will contact Sutphen and have a really strong dialogue over specs, over costs, time period, over contract terms, on the agreement that the town signed. And I would expect all that to occur in a discussion.
And it needs to be sooner than later.
Rich, tell me who's gonna do it, and we'll do it. I mean, if you want us to reach out to them, set up a time to where whoever on the council wants to meet with them.
Now, Dave, is this something that, instead of having more than 4, is this something that Mary Joan and I as council affairs can do? Do you recommend more? What's your thoughts on that?
I think it'll be an easier discussion if less people are involved.
I think so
The
too.
committee's a little smaller, not a little larger. So 2 of you, of course, as that council affairs committee would work. But again, it's how you all want to handle it.
We're all gonna vote on it.
You are.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
Public safety and council affairs, I'm certainly good with them, and you dealing with, and nothing's etched in stone. But if we're gonna spend that kind of money, we wanna make sure that we're gonna have something that's good long-term. I'm talking from a maintenance standpoint, not from having a nice truck.
Yeah, I understand that. I'd like you guys just to hear it from manufacturers that build these trucks about their measures.
I don't believe nothing the manufacturer says, Todd, that's my problem. Rich and I have T-shirts that say, technician, the guy that fixes the mistakes engineers make. I don't believe nothing they say. They're selling trucks. They're building junk. That's just the law. They're forced to build the junk.
So what are the people at Fire Services telling you? They don't believe in selling brand new fire trucks to?
No, as far as the fact of the L9 engine that is in this truck, the one that I was trying to mention was that KME 180, it comes with the M12.
So it could go either way. We could cancel this truck and look for another one, or we might upgrade the power plant.
And possibly even get that sooner than this one, because, what was the last timeline we heard of when we should be seeing this truck?
September 25, I think.
So here's the problem. We're worried about backing out of a deal that was signed in 2022, July 5th. I'm trying to figure out where my paperwork is, as far as a clause for getting out of it. And it basically, we are to take possession of this 24 to 26 months from the signing of that letter.
But Rich, all fire trucks being built are 3 to 4 years out now.
And we can get one in 6 months.
But it's not the same truck, it's not apples to apples.
Todd, all he's saying is we're gonna be pragmatic about making this decision.
And I don't have any problems with you guys doing that.
Yeah, because the last time I heard, we were gonna see it in January.
We're getting the same, features with this truck that we built for this community, that's all. The truck that we built was a rescue engine. It has a lot of different stuff on it. We can go buy a demo fire truck that doesn't have even close to what this truck has and be paying on a, $800,000 truck. I mean, no matter what, it's gonna be $200,000 to equip the truck. So that's gotta be always considered part of it.
Nothing's that simple.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that's been considered. I mean, we've even discussed on the timing of when it was, the contract was signed, when it was quoted, 2022, increased prices, labor costs, everything.
But you guys haven't discussed it with the fire department. You haven't discussed it with Nick and I about all this stuff. None of this stuff has come to us yet.
Well, in the same sense,
You're having meetings at fire service with people about this, and we didn't even know it. I got people from fire service calling me,
But all of
hey,
this-
these guys are all up here.
all of this precedes the majority of us up here.
I understand it.
So we're getting caught up to speed on it.
Just include us so we understand what we're doing.
Well, that is why Nick was called on Thursday to come in to look at the truck.
But there was a whole lot of dialogue prior to that.
Yeah.
And,
No,
we want to be
I
on the same page, Rich, we really do.
So I
Just call us.
couldn't have called anybody before Thursday because I got a phone call when I was picking up my lunch, ate, and then ran up to fire services, so.
I understand.
So that's my timing.
But there's been a lot of dialogue about this fire truck that we haven't been involved in. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there was a lot of dialogue about the fire truck that we haven't been involved in either. Now we're involved in it, we're gonna get involved in it,
Yeah.
we're gonna figure it out. We're
Doing
not
our
just-
due diligence.
And please, I'm just asking, just please include us, that's all.
Well, that is the intention, and I can tell you, even though there's nobody here from the Board of Safety today, they will agree with that statement. This needs to be everybody on the same page.
I agree 100%.
So, and like, we
And I'm
even explained it to Nick on Friday when he was up there. This is not something that we're gonna go as a council and Board of Safety and equip and say, here you go, deal with it. So that is not the intention.
Well, we're not getting every little thing Cadillac top of the line.
That is correct.
Yeah, you may see some things
What
cut.
does that mean?
You may see some things cut that's on the truck, if we keep the truck. And you may see some things changed on the truck, like the power plant. Again.
You're talking about the new truck, right? Because
Yes.
we're on the new truck.
If we buy the new truck.
The new truck's not a Cadillac, by no means.
Nothing's-
It's got features on it that we need.
Todd, I understand, we're gonna look at that though.
Okay.
And there'll be dialogue, but at the end of the day, we're gonna be the ones making the decision.
I totally respect that, yeah.
But again, nothing's.
So Dave, I would ask you then, just to kind of move this thing along since it's already 10 o'clock, your suggestions moving forward as far as how do we get an understanding with fire services moving forward that we would like to purchase it if it is something that is feasible for us?
I think you need to take some action here in a public meeting that says you are interested in the truck, you make an offer to purchase it contingent upon clarification of the equipment and the cost, and conditioned upon resolving the such then purchase circumstance.
Yeah, it almost needs to be kind of a two-part, because we know we're purchasing a used truck. You know, so the purchase price that they did say, knowing that we would be equipping it through them, dictates the instant drop that they told us of the 15,000 less, going from 75 to 60. The fact that they know that we are, next item, when we discuss the ambulance, we've had several conversations with them on ambulances, as well, and so some of that's dictated as well as, with equipment costs and equipping it and stuff like that moving forward.
I don't know what everybody else's feeling is on the ambulance, I just wanna throw it out there. If we're gonna buy a new ambulance, gas is, I think, what we need.
So here's been the discussion. It's gotta be gasoline, it has to be four-wheel drive. Do we get crazy Canada winters? No. But nevertheless, the way I explained it to Matt Timms, is there's a lot of roads out here are barely one lane. The minute they go into somebody's driveway, back out into a driveway, it's wet like it is now, two-wheel drive, they're stuck, and that does nobody any good.
Plus the township is treacherous.
So with that, they even explored other options. They do have smaller boxes on some ambulances, that you can go with a F-350. Basically, you're saving $60,000 to $70,000. I told Matt straight up, I don't like that idea. For a $70,000 savings, from an F-350 to a 550 is not worth it, just for the strength of the frame on the 550. To me, that is, how you say, cutting corners, and I do not agree with that. So I would rather see getting the 550.
I agree.
Now, so that is discussions we've had, knowing that we have to purchase an ambulance as well. So, but back to the used fire truck. You say in the form of a motion?
Is it your intention to buy a fire truck from fire service? You've identified the truck, you've identified the benefits.
Potentially, we just want the ability to purchase it. We wanna take action that gives us the ability to purchase it if it pans out.
And as well as, all of the, items that Nick, and Fred Sanu have, written down, that stuff, I was, like I said, I was hoping to have an answer. Yeah, I understand it was last minute, from fire services, but I would assume that we should hear something, soon from them, within the next few days at least.
And for the fire department, Todd, I want you to understand, the council has to not only, staff this second firehouse. In my mind, it doesn't make sense to close the firehouse on the west side and have one on the east side and make everything, response time for the west side. We're stuck with what we got. We got a firehouse on the east side, we got a firehouse on the west side. We gotta figure out how to staff them both, equip them both, try to improve service for the people that live here, make everything work. And we're gonna do it in the best way that we can do it to fund everything going forward. One of the reasons why I was barking about the fire territory earlier this year, I've come to grips that that's not gonna happen, so now we're looking at some other things that aren't as catastrophic as it could be to the fire department and public safety going forward. We have to be able to fund things, and we're gonna have to get outside the box to do it.
I have begged for dialogue, and I'm so glad you guys are moving forward to doing that, because please, we need to solve this if we do, and I'm so glad that we're taking a look at it. It's gonna sit down and talk about it, because it's sooner than later. And you're right, Greg, we cannot shut down the West Fire Station.
I don't see that being
We have a
viable
township
at
SD
all.
will probably want to kill all of us if we did.
So we're gonna have to do some different things and be proactive and pragmatic and conservative to get these things done.
Hey, I'm all ears, let's work together and get it done, It's just, let's work together. I don't like to hear about things secondhand, or later on that people call me and say, hey, this is going on. I have no idea, nobody's telling me anything. I trust that that's gonna happen.
You can't make a motion. We don't go to us next.
So what are we doing here now?
So we would have to amend the agenda then, Dave, for this, or no, since it's on the update discussion?
You're good, it's on your agenda, you can act on what's on your agenda.
I think the notes that you had, if a motion to be made, I think Attorney Austin had mentioned, this purchase being contingent, clarification of equipment and costs, and resolving the Sutphen truck purchase, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
So I just got to the clarification of the cost and stuff.
Yeah, contingent clarification of equipment and cost, and resolving the Sutphen truck purchase.
Is that the motion?
So that doesn't have to be in the used one though, does it?
No.
The Sutphen truck should not be included in this used
They
motion.
should be together.
They should?
They should be together. If you're tying together your funding source, your totality of circumstance, you might buy them both. You might not.
I was just thinking for the fact that since the fire truck, ambulance, street sweeper was in the bond thing, that's why I was assuming it was two separate.
Well, bond, so let's talk about time period here. What kind of bond issuance are you contemplating?
I believe it was a general obligation bond that Jennifer was looking into.
All right, you can do that in about 45 days. And you can get up to, I believe it's 2% of your NAV.
And when we were on that discussion, for the fact that those three items on there, fire truck, ambulance, street sweeper, before, if Todd is saying now that we may not see this until September of '25, the importance of an ambulance is more immediate than a fire truck, I believe is what Nick said when we talked with him on Friday.
There's no question, these ought to be prioritized, and they ought to have reasonable or responsible cost estimates, so you know what you're looking for in the way of financing.
So we should do them separately then?
And based on this discussion, yes.
Yeah, I felt separate for the fact that it is separate on here, it is two.
Cite that motion again for the fire, let's do the fire truck first.
My reason for the condition is that it gives you an exit, gives you an out. It gives you the out that doesn't exist on the Sutphen contract.
Yep.
So, I didn't suggest it just to have a condition.
You got that wrote down?
I do. But I write in chicken scratch, so. It was David said, purchase contingent, clarification of equipment and cost, and resolving the Sutphen truck purchase.
I'll make a motion to purchase the fire truck at fire service.
The 1998 HME.
1998 HME contingent on, what were those
The
contingent?
clarification of equipment costs.
Clarification of equipment cost.
And resolving the Sutphen truck purchase.
And resolving the, what's the name of that company?
Sutphen.
S-U-T-F-E-N.
Resolving the Sutphen truck purchase.
SUTPHEN.
That's correct. You got it, Greg.
That's the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Becker to approve the purchase of the used 1998, what was the model, Rich?
HME.
HME fire truck from Fire Services, contingent clarification of equipment and costs, and resolving the Sutphen truck purchase. Does that sound right?
No.
Any discussion? Roll call, please, Sarah.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Cupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0.
Next.
Yes, sir.
So now you've taken this action, unless you sign a contract with fire service, you don't have to commit the town until the conditions are met.
Was that part of the motion? That the conditions need to be met though?
They do.
Yeah.
But was that part of the motion? Okay, I didn't hear that part, I'm
Yeah, at
sorry.
the beginning.
Okay.
All right. Number 2, bond, fire truck, ambulance, and street sweeper. So this is
Should we add the reconstruction of 141st?
Can that be,
combined with equipment purchase, or does that have to be separate? I know.
I'm not sure we were gonna make a motion, I mean, this is a discussion.
Discussion.
See what direction we were gonna go in.
I don't know that we need to take action on this one tonight, since we covered the Sudfed.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I do know that we are still looking, you know, we do need to come up with the cost of an ambulance.
Yeah,
And I think Sue is going to work with Jen and Corby on that. Right, Sue?
Yeah, we need to talk about it and to see, because
Have you,
especially.
has anybody spec'd this out yet with a gas power plant?
We just had some discussion on what we wanted to see, nothing
We need
in
specs.
the form of a proposal.
We need specs?
You do need specs.
They even made a suggestion that some communities have been going with smaller units,
We still need
besides
specs.
the 350.
Do we still need specs if we find something on the ground somewhere that we can buy?
No.
Which they do have, but some of the stuff that they had there, I don't know if I would have, used. I didn't like the used one they had there, but new, we can get available, soon. But they do have a Ford Transit van, and Larry and I both shook our heads, absolutely not.
I'm
So-
thinking that too, absolutely not.
Ford what?
They make Ford Transit van ambulances. More lighter duty.
Have you ever tried to work in the back of one of those, you probably,
You lost me at Ford.
we have
So,
60
sorry, not this
more miles to go to
No,
the
but
house.
seriously, that was a definite hard no. So when it comes to
But
cutting
if
corners, we
there's a
did,
550 somewhere that's either in the process of being built or a demo or something of that nature that we can get that will meet
Yeah.
our needs.
so our thing with the pricing of the ambulance, it starts getting more pricey when you go into the, Todd, I'm gonna need your help on this, the lift thing.
The power cot and
Yeah.
the power loader.
Yeah, those are only good for so many years, and so that is a big expense when it comes to equipping an ambulance.
Yeah, and you also have to sign a maintenance agreement, which, with Stryker to maintain that equipment, because, they have to be, I mean, you're putting people on them, so
Yeah.
they have to be tested every year and have to be certified.
All we're talking about with that is continuing to pursue.
Yes, and we've been doing,
Without waiting a long time.
I understand it, but you're talking about making sure that's included with the ambulance.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes, we've made it very clear. Norm speaks about that repeatedly when we go over there. We've discussed a couple of times with them, more tire kicking than anything right now.
I want to talk about something, so we're probably going to buy another ambulance in the somewhat near future. You got 3 ambulances over there now, right?
Yes.
You talked about selling one before.
Well, we have a third ambulance that we need to replace.
And I can speak on that as far as fire services go. They did look into the fact of re-chassing it, and from the model, I believe it is, it's got everything to do with the model and everything in the box and that we cannot re-chassis that cost effectively.
The point I'm trying to make is not re-chassis. Well, we have it.
No, but they do, Greg. They re-chassis them now.
I
So
understand.
we can't.
What I'm talking about is what he was talking about before about getting rid of an ambulance. I am not in favor of getting rid of the ambulance. I'm in favor of purchasing an ambulance and keeping 2 ambulances at that firehouse and 2 ambulances at this firehouse, for if you have something like you had last night, you have equipment and you don't have to rely on mutual aid. Although mutual aid is nice, but in the rare instance that you have something like that, you've got equipment at both firehouses on both sides of the lake.
And Greg, we planned on putting 2 in 1, but to maintain a truck that's as old as that one is, it's gonna keep nickel diming us for 1, and for 2, okay, just hear me out for a second.
If it does, Todd, if it does, it does.
I don't want you staffing to roll them on calls anyway.
That's our problem to figure out.
Yeah, okay. Hey, you guys, listen, I'm all for having more apparatus.
So-
If you're
so Greg, I can tell you this.
figure out the staffing for them, that's great.
Norm,
We're gonna have to figure it out.
Norm is in agreement with
I
the fact
love
that
that, Greg.
on the ambulance, that the cost to repair that old ambulance may exceed what we wanna do on
Well,
it. I believe there's cracks in the body.
We need to verify that with some sort of inspection or something.
That's, they did, they did, yeah, fire services did.
Yeah, fire services given us their opinion.
Exactly, and they're telling us no.
Not even for a backup position.
We didn't discuss backup, it was more or less.
I mean, it's the last piece of equipment you roll, but if you have, again, a situation like you had, something's better than nothing.
Okay, so let me explain something to you. You gotta maintain a monitor, which is $45,000. You gotta maintain those cots in the back of it, which is another $80,000 worth of equipment. You gotta maintain the drugs, all the other equipment, the suction unit, the chest compressor, all that stuff has to be maintained with that ambulance to keep it in service. I wish I had 25 ambulances that could cover stuff. But keep in mind, my budget is already getting beat up all the time, and, we don't have the money in the budget.
We're going into another budget year, we got 2 buildings now that we have to staff, maintain, and we got equipment for
Greg,
2 buildings we have to staff,
God bless you. I'm so happy to hear you talk that way.
We gotta figure it out.
We can use that ambulance as a backup. We can do that.
Here's your part of that.
We just gotta.
Hey, I'm just bouncing it out there. I mean, I'm one vote here. But here's what you gotta do, Todd. Going forward, you gotta, and I know you want the best of the best for everything, and I know why you want it, but you're gonna have to think more conservative because we got more that we have to take care of, and it's going to be that way for the foreseeable future. So you're gonna have to change your mindset.
I don't have a problem doing that.
Okay.
I don't have a problem.
It's gonna be a day-to-day thing, Todd, because you're gonna have to...
I agree with you. I don't have a problem doing that.
Okay.
You guys gotta just give me the direction. If you think I'm going in, the department's going in this direction, give me the direction.
Nothing's etched in stone, we're just...
But it's not etched in stone, but you can't just let me sit out here and wonder what the heck we're doing.
That's what we're doing today, Todd, we're brainstorming here.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
Awesome, yeah, and, hey, to have 4 ambulances, to maintain all 4 of them, it's gonna be costly. I'm just gonna tell you that much.
Well, if it makes sense, just hang on to it for now, till we can figure some things out.
I can't
see what
tell
we
it. You got it. We're continuously fixing whatever's wrong with it, short of the cracks in the box that needs to be repainted, but, it's a maintainable truck and we use it. It's a backup.
Tim, are you gonna be handling the street sweeper? Or who's handling that build?
Yeah, as soon as we find out that we've gotten several estimates and several things, but until we have a funding or a potential,
Like, as far as the dollar amount, what we can get in that general obligation bond and what we can afford?
I mean, we were up to like the $250,000, $225,000, $250,000 range. So, depending on what we ended up going with, I mean.
And there's been a lot of other discussion that Mary Joan and I have had with Jennifer, as far as funding sources, stuff like that, ambulance, everything else under the sun, besides just bond stuff. Of course, she's off this week. But, I mean, this is just for discussion right now.
Yeah.
And there's a potential of getting a grant for the street sweeper.
Yes.
That's not definite, but...
So that changes everything with the bond right there.
Yeah, what about lead time on a piece of equipment like that?
We kind of looked at a couple of them in the past. There was a couple demo units that were available, but we've never, I've kind of waited until we have a...
Yeah, why look if you can't buy?
You can't wait no more.
Right.
You cannot wait no more.
You'll believe it when you see it.
Yeah, exactly. So we did some looking before, but there was a couple demo units and there were some opportunities for some different things, but there's a lot of things to consider, and then as far as maintenance and the type of vac truck to buy or the type of sweeper to buy that's gonna get us the most bang for our buck,
So the last time it broke down, we had to get a tow truck and have it towed into the Public Works.
Well, I'm thinking at this point right now that this issue, we've had enough discussion on it right now with the fact that Jen is not here. Nothing's gonna be set in stone anyway within the next 2 weeks, that this stay on the agenda for for the next council meeting?
Update discussion?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll do that.
We'll try to reach out and see what kind of.
Yeah, that way we can get a better idea. So, I know Jen told us all at the council that you guys gotta come up with a list of what we're wanting. So, you know, we don't have quotes or anything for stuff like that yet, so, I mean, right now it's just discussion.
Okay. Very good. Next up would be number 3, garbage increase. So, the contract we're in right now, folks are paying $20 per month for the residential garbage pickup. We have an increase that was June 1st, 2024, an increase in the fees that Republic Services charges us. So just the gist of it all is that we are running a deficit now, so we're taking in less money we're spending more money than we're taking in, to the tune of like $10,000 a month. So that's something that the council is considering, raising the garbage rates.
We have to raise the garbage rates, we just need to figure out
Yeah.
what that.
Does anybody have that chart?
I do.
Is that the one from Jennifer?
Is this a new contract, or is this?
No, this is the current one we're in, which I think runs to
Yeah.
2026.
I was trying to look at it on my phone.
2026?
Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't find the email because once you respond to it in Outlook, it seems like it gets lost until you gotta do an algorithm to figure out where the heck it went. Yeah, I believe I thought it needed to go with the rate C. Was that it, Nick, or no? Which rate was that?
I was trying, I don't have the paper one, I was trying to pull up the email
Here.
from Jennifer.
I'm trying to look for the email as well, if you wanna look at the rate, if that
Yeah.
refreshes your memory.
Yep. So yeah, there's 3 different kind of comparisons, a rate A, rate B, rate C. Like I said, currently, we're all paying $20 per month for residential pickup. Rate C was $20.75, rate B was $21.12, and rate A was $21.36. I believe the suggestion was that rate A, which would be the highest dollar amount, of $21.36 would be what we would consider increasing it to. Now keep in mind that every year from here on out till the end of the contract, there will continue to be an increase on what Republic Services charges us.
Yeah, rate A, that email July 9th.
Yeah, so,
You have the ability on that contract too, it is a 5-year contract with the option to renew for 1 additional year too. That is why on that chart at the bottom, you saw that the applicable period includes June 1st, 2026 through May 31st, 2027.
okay. So that's the optional year too?
Okay, yeah, on the bottom.
Yeah, that's the optional year, and the dollar amount, you know, the dollar amount will go up on that.
Okay.
The increase, for just, in this analysis, the additional, where we did, rate A, does allocate some of the billing costs and everything like that to calculating the rate. Because what we did is we looked at when we're billing, when we do monthly billing, 50% of our revenue we bill for sewer, 20.57 is for water, trash is 15.56%, and stormwater is 13.86%. So, like every dollar we bill, that's the breakdown. And the whole thing is the way it is right now, trash pays no expenses for billing or anything else like that.
Yeah.
And they're the third in the pecking order, whereas stormwater contributes a heck of a lot more, but is the last one for the revenue generated.
So it'd be like a $1.36 increase? Is that what I'm reading right?
It would be a $1.36 increase for the period August 1st, 2024 to May 35th, 2025. And I guess the public ought to know this, like surrounding communities, I don't know if you guys remember the dollar amount of the current contract. Yeah.
$28 for share bill.
Yeah, that they're paying per month, with the current contract, so we're able to ride this contract out a little bit and save the ratepayers some money. But like I said, unfortunately, it's something that has to be raised each year, because we lose money on it every month, and we'll eventually run out of money, so.
We'd have to stop losing money.
Yeah.
Should this, can this be an
Thanks,
action
Bob.
item for next meeting, or?
I think, Dave, it's my understanding we have to pass a resolution or something like that for a rate increase?
No?
No?
The public hearing, we follow that by reading it.
Oh, it's an ordinance, okay.
Can you have that ready for the next public meeting? See what you can do.
I think, this is just my opinion, I think it'd be wise.
I need that scheduled.
You have that scheduled, Bob?
I can email that to you, Dave.
That works.
I'll send you the email that we received from Jen.
I think it'd be wise, me personally, to have this projected out for the next 2 or 3 years, instead of having to revisit this again next year. Let's just say, here's what's gonna be till the end of the contract, and that way people
We
know.
just have
what
one
the
action
budget-
and graduate it?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
So,
That way it's done.
I sent it.
So you know what your rate's gonna be in each year till the end of the contract?
sure.
Yeah.
Did this
Yep.
fair for all of us.
Yeah.
Easier.
Yep.
Goes in that bill and you know every month what you're getting.
Yep.
And it's very transparent, it's all today, rather than have to revisit it, and forget about doing it, all that business.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to consider the same thing regarding, storm?
We haven't even got into too much of a storm discussion yet.
We haven't
internally,
given
Dave.
that any discussion or any thought at all. So let's just do the sewer for now, or the garbage for now,
That's sewer.
and get it underway.
Yep.
The other thing is, don't forget that the third year on that chart is the optional year, and you will have to indicate that you're going to pick up the optional year sometime during the period of June 1st, 2025 through May 31st of 2026.
Okay.
You can remind us of that too, Sue.
Job security.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm a delegator.
We're all good with, speaking of delegating, Attorney Austin, you understand what we're looking for? Okay, thank you. Number 4, gazebo and sundial locations.
Jen's not here to discuss the funding of it, so what I'd like to propose, and then to work together with, a group of people on this, is if the sundial moves up to where the gazebo was, because where it's at right now, we're just sand constantly, the electrical wire's exposed quite a bit of times. It's not really a great location, even though it looks beautiful from the lake. So if we're going to move it up here to the gazebo, also make sure there's an outlet there. Electricity is something that's needed. And then move the gazebo down where the yacht club is. There can be electric from the Summerfest pole brought down. There's enough power there that they can afford, because it's not going to be a lot
Where
of
the gazebo
power.
got tore down?
Correct, yeah, just locate it there. And then that way someone can actually use the gazebo to get married. Right now, you're not gonna use that gazebo to get married, because you got all the traffic, you got the beach going on, you got the police cars all over the place, so I
Let's
think.
just talk about the gazebo without the event.
Oh, okay. So anyways, but that's my proposal, so if you let me, being so anti. So anyways, but that's what my proposal is, but I would like to talk to Jen about funding, because that's, that's gonna be the bottom line.
Well,
movement of it, or?
Yes, well, and then the reconstruction from the insurance money.
Has anybody pinpointed a place for the gazebo, the new gazebo?
Not yet, and that's where a general location you
Yeah.
did. But my thought is also with the fact that Parks was going with the master plan and everything, with those engineers
You're not
and
including
stuff.
this park, though, are you? You're not including the site, correct?
We're still waiting for council feedback on
So-
some of the questions.
So that adds to the discussion.
Okay.
But if we were, I would almost like to see is, other than the 7 of us and whoever else goes out there and says, this looks like a good spot.
Want to do a survey or something?
I don't know if it'd necessarily be a survey or when these.
How about those real nice Facebook surveys?
Yeah. So I was just wondering if there should be more of a park, the people at master plan on where things should go, have input on that as well, other than us saying, this looks like a good idea, and then once it's there, whose dumb idea was that?
I agree,
You
it know?
know?
needs more thought and discussion put into it for sure. Except the sundial, I like.
I do,
I like the proposal for the sundial already.
I do like the fact that the gazebo being on the other side of the museum.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, that's what you were saying?
Yep.
Now, not to be not to be anti-moving the sundial where the gazebo was, but do those trees kind of negate the fact that it's the sundial?
No, but trees, you don't have to feel that.
Well, I just know there was still some
You better
trees
take
there,
them,
but
yeah.
nevertheless,
Yeah.
somebody won't be able to tell time at a certain time of day.
No.
I'm just saying.
I don't think that's.
I just try to think of the bigger picture.
And when the stumps are removed, Tim, will that stump be removed too? Is that in the packet? The stumps that are being removed, is that stump out there in that
Correct,
packet?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we are getting closer with that being done, right, or no?
Oh, yeah.
From what I understand?
Yep, they're licensed and everything is cool and they'll be moving forward.
Do we have a date on when?
I'll get this shit done.
Okay.
Get this shit done.
When the stump,
Yeah. No.
I would anticipate next week.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to public comment. Anyone that'd like to speak for public comment, town council? Well, thanks for sticking around.
We all wanna go home, but
Okay.
I got two comments. My first comment is gonna be the Hanover Township trustee.
You got, name it, we know who you are, Kevin, but.
I don't know,
For the record.
this is Hanover, comments as Hanover Township trustee.
Name and address though, for the record.
My office is at 13330 Taylor Avenue. How's that? Just a little bit to add to the conversation about the fire equipment and stuff, and like Todd said, the trustee back there would have connections about any talk about shutting down the current fire station, which I think would be a bad move for the entire town, because you would be extending call times and everything.
No one's considering it.
Yeah, I hope not. But second of all, the second part I would like to do is say, this discussion about the equipment and stuff and all that, please include me and my office in this. We've been having some discussions ourselves about this. We are getting to that point where we do have some money available. I think you all know I do own your fire engine, we do own your tanker. The engine, I talked to Todd a little bit about it, I know it's 10 years, 11 years old now, but we've talked about doing some things with that, or maybe doing some refurb with that, or doing some things just to keep it running for another 5 to 10 years or something, something along that.
That's probably the direction that we're gonna wanna go with some of this stuff.
Yeah, and we can do that for you. I mean, we have that, we are available to do that. I actually started looking into some other purchases about maybe buying a truck down, another engine down the road or whatever that we would need. Preliminarily, we do have, my board likes to buy stuff with cash, so we're real close right now. To being able to do that as far as buying an engine, actually, we could afford it. Maybe we buy an ambulance, I don't know. I need to talk to my board, you guys, and.
It keeps getting better.
We all need to talk.
It keeps getting better, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm just.
Keep on running, sweeper!
You know how the building.
Let me ask you a question, because this just kind of jumped into my head, because we're having to equip and staff firehouse in Center Township, and you're in Hanover Township. Does your Hanover Township funding just go for the Hanover Township side of the fire department, or can you cross township borders?
Well,
Anybody have
they
that?
do on
calls anyway.
You're using my engine right now for everybody, right?
Okay.
And we're using the other for everybody too.
Yeah, and they use my tanker goes all over too, right? So I mean, I think I own the Cascade system, I own your washer and dryer.
No, you don't own the washer and dryer.
Yeah, we bought the washer and dryer.
What is it, Conference? The volunteers bought it.
No, they didn't.
There's no reason,
Bought the washer and dryer.
there's no reason to have all this discussion, we're not in divorce.
You know, can I add something?
Yeah, sure, Chief.
And Kevin and I have been discussing the future with stuff too, and if you know, if the township is in the position of where they could buy a pumper, you know, soon, very soon, like I said, fire service has 3 demos sitting up there that are good trucks that could basically serve that purpose while we wait for, you know, we go through the suffering process, but that would really set our department up with 2 engines for a very long time, solve the problem of putting one over here, one over here, you know, and then the ambulance discussion, the town stays in the ambulance business, and there's a lot to be said with what he has to offer to the table, so.
It's not etched in stone that we stay in the ambulance business forever. That's part of the reason why we're having the discussion that we're having. We're going to have to get real conservative if we're gonna pull this off. And
State, what do you mean, not stay in the ambulance business? Are you talking about that?
potentially not staying in the ambulance business, yeah, Todd. It could happen.
So then we're gonna lose $500,000 a year from billing.
Todd, I'm not, that's a false carrot, Todd.
Well,
And I'm not gonna debate it with you tonight, but if we don't get better at doing what we're doing and funding it, everything is on the table, and that is the truth. So, you're gonna have to play a role in that, we're gonna have to play a role in that, everybody's gonna have to play a role in that. We're gonna have to really get outside the box and make things work, and I'm just trying to get you in the mindset, I said it before, conservative, stay conservative.
I am, but getting out of the ambulance service is not anything that I can suggest.
And we're not planning to do that today,
Okay.
Todd, but if we and you and the fire department and everything fails, then everything's on the table.
I get it.
The goal is, failure's not an option.
I understand.
Okay.
Second thing?
No, I was just saying, get back to where we were at, but please include us in those conversations about the, you know, if you're looking for trucks, an engine, an ambulance, whatever like I said, we wanna do something, we're gonna do something with the engine that we currently own. Like I said, I wanna keep that thing running, like I said, I talked to fire services about it, I know I talked to him, I talked to him about it. I know fire service has they've got a Faust engine sitting on the lot right now, I believe $700,000. That's not outrageous, okay? Faust is, from what I understand, is a pretty good, engine.
That's the Fouts guys are the guys who left KME, started another company.
They're local, Illinois, right? And they're, you know, so I mean, there's options out there, is what I'm saying, and include us in those talks, is all I'm saying, you know, we're there.
If you're willing to pony up cash, I think you'd be.
I figured you'd be willing to pony up cash. And I did ask, I think that's one question about what you said about the ambulance. Now, you can run an ambulance without the power cot and the power defibrillator in that, right? You can do the old manual way, right?
No, the defibrillator, no, not the defibrillator.
Not the defibrillator, the chest compression machine. You can run an ambulance without that, right?
Yeah, we can.
That's what I'm just saying.
But I mean, our trucks are all equipped with that.
Right, I'm just saying that if you, in an emergency or whatever, you could still run an ambulance and you would not need that.
In a catastrophic situation.
Yeah.
Well, no,
It could be set up manually.
it's not mandated you have that to run an ambulance, is what I'm saying. That stuff is capitalized, right? It just has to be.
But it's not when you're trying to lift up.
I was there, I used to do that, believe me, you know, I know.
Yeah, but you also had 3 engine companies, a truck company, and 5 ambulances, you know.
Not later on, we didn't, but anyway, but if we are there, I'm just saying, please come and, you know, include us in the conversations, or, you know, sit down with us too. I got no problem with that.
Yeah.
Could I ask if we could just maybe set up a committee? Could we do that to start that conversation, include? We got.
I don't know that we're there, certainly, but I don't know that we're there yet.
do that,
When we get there, certainly.
All right.
Yeah.
Just keep me posted.
Because, I mean, I understand about the truck, to be able to leave KME you're trying to buy or whatever, but, I think our older engine would suit that purpose very well, being, you know, I did talk to fire service, he told me to put about $60,000 into it and keep it running at least another 5 to 8 years. You know, the current engine we have, so we can do something along that lines too, so.
Don't take it down, you had it 5 to 10, now you dropped it 5 to 8.
So if we put 60,000 into the township truck and then the township bought a new engine, that could be something to be considered.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We got a stuff and we can sell you. Sorry.
I don't think I got that much.
I know.
So I'll take that head off and I'll put it on.
I had to.
Kevin Cole, 972 West, 129th place. Anyway, I just, going back again, back to what we were talking about, the bonds, to pay for the fire station and the police station. And I think Sue was on the thing, and she said that, the money that you guys bonded out, you put into some, I guess, savings or whatever to make some money on it, and you made about $600,000 on it, now you got $600,000 extra. Well, I don't know how you all feel about it, I know you need some money for some other projects, but I'm a taxpayer, and you took taxpayers' money and you invested it, and you made some, you bonded it out for this project, and now you made some profit on it. Well, in my eyes, that should go back to pay those bonds off, not for to buy extra things. And I don't know if that makes any sense to you, what I'm saying, but, I mean...
You mind if I ask Sue what exactly we can do with that money?
Pay the bonds off.
Well, options. Sue, what, that money that earned interest, what can that be used for, and what are the limitations?
Limitations are, once you spend it, it's gone, so therefore you don't want to use it for operational purposes. But what the majority of entities do use the interest earned on is specific to police, specific to fire in the amount, because they have to stay, because that's what the bonds were issued on. But mostly it's capital items. You can use it to, buy equipment. You can, one of the thoughts that Jennifer and I sort of threw around just thinking was, how we go on we issue leases for new police cars, we issue leases for new fire equipment, and they roll forward, but it's out of CCD. What you could do is instead of issuing the next round of leases for the equipment, for those two, use the interest earned.
Could it be used to pay the bond down too, though, Sue? That's what he's asking.
Well, to buy down, I would have to check on that. I have to check the language in the bond, because technically, I don't know that you buy down the principal. I have to look into that.
Okay.
I don't know that most do it because they've already issued the bonds per se. You've already got your amortization schedule, and any one of them would probably have you pay off the back end of your bond rather than the front end.
Can we revisit that for you?
Yeah, I'm just asking, because it just seems to me that if you bonded out X amount of, $11 million, $15 million, or whatever.
A big part of me agrees with what you just said.
But we could buy another...
It seems like a Ponzi scheme to me that there's extra money there, because you use the taxpayers' money to earn interest.
We're going to go to...
Well, then use it that way.
It's
Public safety related to
not
those bonds.
It's absolutely not a fund. They estimated what the cost of the project would be. That's the number that then council acknowledged as engineer estimate of probable cost for their project of the hill.
It had some pad in it, though.
We had interest rate increases that were unforeseen. And that's why what happened here happened by way of accumulated interest. But it's clearly not Ponzi. Had they known 5% interest was going to be the return on investment money, they would have computed that, reduced the amount of principal raised in the bond issue, and only raised what they needed to raise. That's how that works. Bond counsel signs off on it, financial advisor signs off on it, bond purchasers are looking at it, and even with all of that, we have an arbitrage item that Sue Hayes could discuss and describe to you, that we're going to segregate those funds and return them. So,
and that's all I'm saying, return to the taxpayers and pay down the bonds.
It's way too easy to say that, there's a lot, and I know you know that. So, but I want to make clear, that makes it look like somebody did something wrong. And nobody did anything wrong. I mean, I like the project, but in terms of the finance, nobody did anything wrong.
then pay off the project for the taxpayers and don't use it to buy extra things that weren't part of the original project.
Well,
That's
maybe,
all I'm saying.
and maybe that'll happen, but what got them to this
It's also,
point is wrong.
it's also that we have call parameters on those bonds too. We may not be able to do it for several more years. A lot of the times you can get a lower interest rate on bonds when you don't call your bonds early. Once the bonds are in place, the bonds are in place. The only time I can pay them off early is if I reach my call date. You just have to look at it, Mr. Coates. We'll look and see what the parameters we have available to use with the bond document.
Well, you can revisit this with us later though, right, Sue?
Oh, gosh, yes. I'll just have to pull the bond docs out. I just want to see what those call parameters are, because that's what we would be doing. We would be calling bonds early. And I don't know, I can't off the top of my head tell you, because those were shorter-term bonds too. So at times, with a shorter-term bond, you don't get a call provision.
Good discussion, we'll revisit.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. All right, anyone else here for public comment for the town council? Last call? Sarah, do you have anybody?
No.
No? Okay, our next meeting is Tuesday, August 6th, 2024 at 7 PM. Thank you all for attending tonight. This meeting is now adjourned.